or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. That, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Middlesex Cricket.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lord's Day 2 of this County Championship match in Division 2, the live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand, alongside me today, Dean Wilson for this one. First bit of news that everybody will want to know at home. What's the weather like? It was a glorious sunny morning. It's clouded over a little bit. That's not because of the arrival of Dino, though. That's always brings the sun out here at Lord's. Dino, it's good to see you this morning. Yeah. A match that's brewing up quite nicely here.
Yeah, absolutely. Pleasure to be with you, Kevin, and be on the stream today. Yeah, was watching a bit of the game yesterday. Thought that Middlesex put in a terrific first day performance, got themselves in a really decent position. I think it's slightly unexpected to see Kent dismissed for that score, but now they've got themselves into a strong position, Middlesex, where the batters that are out there, can they cash in on it? That's always the big question. As you mentioned, sometimes here it pays to look up rather than look down. People say that a lot. A little bit of cloud cover, but I just think that pitch is ready for batting.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how that goes this morning when the players get out there with regards to the cloud cover. There's plenty to pick through from yesterday, and of course all the overnight chat as well. But let's start though, looking back with the day one highlights. Right in behind on the first ball, and a solid start from Roland Jones. Formidable figure still here at Lords, the Middlesex captain. And a big appeal or a rejected LBW dropped catch. It's always followed by a boundary, isn't it? Oh, wow, that's a beaut. Now, what has it taken? It has. He's gone. Well, looking back at the umpire for a moment, Crawley, it wasn't dissent. Up there and driven. Half volley, but put away by Bell Drummond. Down the hill it goes. Chase for Holden. Chase in vain. And that one comes back down the slope and takes the edge. Oh, a beaut from Roland Jones. Well, the other one might have slipped out, but it put something in Bell Drummond's mind. He's had a couple go away from the right-hander. This one comes charging back in towards the off-stump and nicks through to Davies. Width and punished. The first balls at Patterson's particularly strayed on line. Oh, Shorts first up and punished by Mieye. His first boundary. Oh, short again. And pulled hard by Mieye. Oh, wow. It's like a missile out of the middle of the bat, that one. Oh, wow. Around the wicket, up the slope. A mistake by Compton, and a big wicket for Higgins. There you go. Oh, oh, down the ground. Leaning. Goes big. 4 runs it is. And the use of the feet again. Comfortably clearing the infields. Stretching for that one. Thick edge down to the vacant deep third. Boundary for Leaning, who gets into the 20s, but Roland Jones will feel. Has it gone? It has. It's carried. Higgins holds on. And Roland Jones has his second of the morning. The 4th Kent's wicket falls. Good leave. Right side off. Roland Jones. Lovely shot from Leaning. Pitch from Roland Jones, but positive. Edged and gone! Higgins again! My goodness me. Ryan Higgins almost took a screamer before he picked up Mieye. He's got a screamer now to get rid of Leaning. Oh, there you go. Little bit of width. Benjamin off the mark with a boundary. Fine of the fielder. Brooks giving chase, but fine of him. Now, was the bat involved? No, there wasn't. He's gone. Everson's out, plays around a full one, straight one, and Patterson has a second. Little hesitation there from the umpire. Patterson went up very early. Oh, that's offered straight into the covers. Richards inside out, a little flat-footed on that one, just stretching for it. Dollies it up. Middlesex have another wicket. Leg side with the slope. Oh, width again. the outside of the bat. 4 more. That's gone. That's the 5 for 30 for Roland Jones. Benjamin flashes at a wide one. He falls for 9. For me. Oh, the swing on that. Robson nearly pulls off a stunner, just out of reach. 4 more for Parkinson. Edged and gone. Second slip. Robson holds on. Brooks has his first wicket. 113 for 9. Kent. And the resistance of the 9th wicket partnership eventually ended. It's lovely. It's through. Let's have a go. Dame Patterson. Oh! And that is that. Parkinson hooks at one down the leg side. 129 all out. Davies with another catch. Sending it wide. First boundary of the Middlesex innings. That races away. Well, won't need to see the number 3 just yet. Crunching drive. Wow. There's a ball. Eskenazi has a look around. Works out how that one got through. It's not too dissimilar. Oh, now he's gone. Robson back and across. Got himself into a bad position.
Bring the best out of people.
He's off the mark with a boundary. Full ball. Just in front of point. Probably shot by Holden, much like Holman, just leaning into it. I don't think they're fully through with that one either. It's a much shorter boundary. It's a nice shot from Holman. Finer perhaps than he intended. Lovely shot for 4. Well, edged and gone. Everson around the wicket. Holden on the back foot has a little dabble. Not to be at Lord's again in this innings. That's a lovely shot by Holman. Offered up there by Richards, but put away. The Middlesex number 4. That gets away. Drags down the leg side. Or by signals.
Might just help him.
Oh, there it goes again. This will be buys once more because it's just gone late with the swing. Short and wide and given the treatment. Higgins. His first boundary moves to 6 from 23. Shorten. Punished by Holman. He's jabbed at that one. Had a go at one. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Holman makes the signal with his hand. It goes straight across him.
Another reunion for Adam Hollyoake from the Surrey days.
Swept hard on this occasion. Oh, that's width. And that is punished. It's a thick edge. Back-to-back boundaries. Figueres pushes Middlesex. Punched away again. Now, it is opening up. It's over mid-wicket. Punched away. Through it goes. Middlesex ticking this evening now. Drags the first one short. Oh. Oh. Serves it across. Frustrated with himself, Leamy. End of the 45th, end of the first day, 158 for Middlesex. So, day one, interesting day one indeed. Not quite the 23 wickets that fell in 2011 here. That was a fiery one. Middlesex hope it's not too fiery today. 5 wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones. They'll be hoping it's a quieter day for the bowlers today. But let's hear what the Middlesex captain had to say at stumps.
Toby Rowland-Jones, first and foremost, huge congratulations. The 33rd 5-wicket haul of your first-class career. You must have been delighted with how it was coming out today.
Yeah, obviously very pleasing. Certainly felt pretty good most of the summer, but probably lacked a little bit of that feel of putting together a spell which was a bit more telling maybe. So always something that you want to feel like you're contributing to the team with 5-wicket hauls or bigger contributions. So yeah, obviously delighted to get that through today.
With Kent winning the toss and choosing to go out there and bat, I guess you couldn't have asked for any more really, bowling them out for 129 in the 51st over.
Yeah, and probably not something we necessarily saw coming, but I think sometimes those are the times where we sort of, I guess, didn't have a particularly clear idea of how the wicket was going to play. We thought it looked like a really good covering of grass, pretty even covering, and I think that kind of set us out, in a pretty good mentality to go out there, be as consistent as possible. And the most pleasing thing was then once we really got stuck into it and the wickets starting to come that we didn't let up and really sort of drove our advantage home, which is always pleasing.
We had a good chunk of overs to bat through there at the end of the day. You must have been pleased with the way the boys stuck at it. Luke coming in at number 4 did himself well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's gone away, had a really good winter, and then sort of taken that form into the early part of the year. So yeah, certainly from us guys there was no hesitation in setting him up there. And yeah, I mean he looked in fine order. Obviously, as always, disappointed to get out, but I think particularly there he sort of wrestled back a nice bit of momentum for us. Played the conditions really nicely, which is great to see. So yeah, very happy for him.
So an outstanding performance today from the whole of the bowling unit, but I guess one thing that should be pointed out was you were the beneficiary yourself of some outstanding work behind the stumps. Phenomenal catch from Jack Davies, 2 outstanding grabs from Ryan Higgins. Is that something the boys have been working on, because we look really sharp behind there?
It is something we've been working on, and probably something we sort of had mentioned at the end of last game, is trying to find that little extra 10% in those moments, and recognising that can have a huge impact on the way the game swings. So yeah, really pleasing. Higo, like you said, caught 2 outstanding catches there, and Davo's always consistent behind the stumps there, but I think sometimes we all take that role for granted sometimes. So it's great to see him sort of really I guess making things look as easy as he does. So I think like I said, the best thing about it was probably the partnerships that we built and the pressure coming from both ends, and always nice to feel the benefit of that for any bowler.
I hate to say this, Toby, but you're 37 now. Your good friend Tim Murtagh went on till 40. You're looking as good as ever out there. There's plenty more to come here.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, enjoying my cricket for sure. Certainly not got any limits on where it can go. Just trying to, as always, improve, get better, and yeah, contribute as much as I can. Certainly loving cricket at the moment. It's obviously we've got a great bunch of guys there to lead at the moment. So yeah, fingers crossed, body can stay good and healthy, and see how much we can get out of it.
Good stuff. Last one, we're 29 ahead going into day 2. I guess the job for tomorrow is just build and build and build.
Yeah, it's a pretty simple game plan. I think the only difficulty with it is, I guess, how guys kind of map that out in their own heads, really. It's definitely one for each partnership to sort of, I guess, figure out how they think their best way is to both occupy the crease and apply a bit of scoreboard pressure. So we've got guys who will do that in different ways, and yeah, hopefully we can really, I guess, maximise that first innings advantage as much as possible. Sets us up, obviously, in the best place possible for the game.
Outstanding with Toby. Brilliant opening day here. Good luck tomorrow. Hope it goes well.
Thank you.
Toby Rowland-Jones speaking to Stephen Fletcher at stumps after a 5-wicket haul on day 1. A toss that Kent won, elected to bat first, and understandably so probably, but they've got themselves into a pickle. 129 all out. They've got to get themselves out of it with the ball this morning. So Ryan Higgins and Ben Geddes out there looking good for Middlesex. The ball's 45 overs old. That's the first real note for all of us this morning watching on. Garrett's with the ball in hand at the nursery end. They'll have a little bite still with this ball, but not much before Middlesex will hope that they can try and get on top. It's going to be Geddes to face. It's Garrett from the nursery end. He's got a slip and a gully in place. Oh, now that is close. That is very, very close. There's still a fair old bit of, well, all of off on show. How much of middle? Dino, I'll let you.
Morning, yeah.
All yours.
Just maybe just done a little bit too much there, going up the hill, up the slope here at Lord's. Just maybe going down the leg side a touch. I think enough doubt in the umpire's mound there to keep the fingers in the pockets.
Oh, now straight line again, understandably so from Garrett, but punished by Geddes. Clipped beautifully for 4.
Yeah, confident looking stroke there from Ben Geddes. That'll get him going here today. That's what he was trying to do, I think. First ball, that one just a little bit fuller of length, allowing him to get the hands through it, and all along the ground there past the mid-wicket man. Lovely looking shot.
Bit of a shape through the air on that one again. Yeah, ball's into its 46th over. The scoreboard at the bottom will update in a moment. 4th ball of the 3rd ball indeed of the 46th. That first one, the slope plays a factor as well. I think if you're a bowler, you're probably thinking that ball, as you look at the screen now from right to left, the slope is dropping, so it keeps that leg stump in play. I reckon again in the day and age of DRS, they'd have gone upstairs. It might have been clipping, it might have been umpire's call. There were a couple yesterday that probably for across both innings it was 1-1 you'd fancy. But he's getting a long way across there, Geddes, isn't he? Which will be interesting to Kent, but he likes to feel bat on ball. He's a positive player, Geddes.
And they've got a little bit of protection out there on the leg side for Garrett. He's got a deep backward square leg, as well as a deep man in front, just in front of square, the mid-wicket and the mid-on. So he's trying to bowl wicket to wicket, bring that LBW into play. And yeah, the question is whether Ben Geddes can keep threading the ball through the field.
Nice again from Garrett. One's come. End of the over. Yeah, there were a couple yesterday that actually as batters you'd look at them and say, yeah, they're probably missing leg, but 1-1 probably across the day for both sides. But then that one from Geddes again. I reckon just DRS changes the game a little bit nowadays, doesn't it? So Geddes will hope to make the most of it. I reckon Kent would have gone upstairs, but again, it may well have been DRS. Umpire's call. End of the opening over. 162 for 4. That scoreboard at the bottom. That'll tick into life in a few moments. Fortunately, Dean Wilson and myself, Kevin Hand, we're just about ticking into lives ourselves.
Yeah, we're keeping a close eye on the score, so make sure that it's updated correctly. But a good confident start there, I thought, for Geddes after that initial LBW appeal. Always difficult, isn't it, that when you start your innings again, even though you batted quite nicely at the back end of the day yesterday. Got to start again on the second morning. Decent crowd in, a few nerves, I'm sure. Just got to try and get those feet moving, get the blood flowing, and get back into your innings. So the fact that he was able to push that boundary through mid-wicket, I think will do him the world of good.
Kashif Ali from the pavilion end to open up at the other side of the ground from us this morning. Bowled well down at Canterbury. Bowled well yesterday. Yet to get in amongst the wickets yet, though. Nice from Higgins. His first ball of the morning, just rocking back, ticks over for the day. Yeah, you're right. Both of them got to get back in. Higgins and Geddes. This will be Kent's chance. Probably a few too many runs leaked away just before the close yesterday. That run rate at 3.5. One thing they've got to do is try and keep control of it. Obviously got Jamal Richards in from Essex on loan. He had a tough time of it in the few overs that he had yesterday. But yeah, it's a depleted attack for this one, Kent's, and they stuck to their task yesterday, but they will have a bite at this morning. They'll need a couple of early breakthroughs though, and ideally both of the set batters overnight, but any kind of breakthrough at all, just to open up an end, but also just to keep some control.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is almost the kind of pivotal session, pivotal moment of the game already, because if Middlesex can build their lead, it'll put them in a very strong position.
Solid from Geddes in behind that one.
Even with all the injuries that Kent have got and a change to their bowling lineup, they've still got enough skill and quality to cause Middlesex problems. They've obviously taken 4 wickets already, so they're right in the game at the moment. But this is where they've got to really try and strike as early as possible, because you'd say that Higgins and Geddes are the Middlesex danger men here.
Really interesting first day, winning the toss. Kent electing to bat, obviously in hindsight I think very easy, isn't it, to go back and change your mind what Middlesex may have done, who knows, but that little bit of grass that was on the surface was certainly of interest yesterday morning, so it played through the day.
Good toss to lose, I think they call that.
From somewhere around the field, but sliding down, leg by signalled by the umpire.
Kashif Ali maybe just bowling a little bit shorter than he'd like ideally at the moment, being sort of picked off into the leg side. They've got one slip, a gully. I just think they want to just pitch it up a little bit further and get the batter into two minds over what shot to play.
Oh, that was tight for Higgins. Just gets the bat down on it. End of the over, 164 for 4.
Yeah, good example there. Just pushing it a little bit further towards Higgins there, caught in two minds. It probably could have been on the front foot there, but stuck in the crease. That's the example, isn't it, of trying to get those feet moving early on and get the rhythm back into the innings. Obviously, Ryan Higgins knows the conditions here exceptionally well. Incredibly successful season last year with the bat.
Nice looking shot, mid on in place. So just a slip, a gully, point cover and a mid off. Mid on, what's mid wicket doing? Just coming up for a chat, I think. Is he Bell Drummond? No, he's going to switch over. Take the mid off position maybe, or is it a brains trust meeting? There's also the deep square and the long leg.
Some ideas already, just a couple of overs into this second day. Bell Drummond with a lot of experience under his belt.
It's difficult, really. It's such a cliche, isn't it? But the first hour of each day, even the start of any given session. But Kent will know this match position, the lead of 35, 6 wickets standing. Middlesex could be gone and out of sight by lunch already in this game, unless Kent can get back in at them early this morning.
Yeah, I think both sides will really appreciate just how pivotal this session is. That will bring its own set of extra nerves as well.
Oh, now away it goes. by signals. There's a little look at the bottom of his bat there. I just clip the bit of his body with the bat.
Little bit of movement there, akin to what we saw with that LBW shout, movement in towards Geddes, and I'll talk about the mid-wicket position in just a moment.
Oh, now movement again. Hand movement from Geddes in response, shaping away down the slope.
That's very skillful, getting it to go the other way. So quite a few balls have come into Geddes, and this one just shaping ever so slightly away, holding its line and moving off the seam down the slope. That will put a little bit of doubt into the batter's mind.
Probably did more after it actually beat the bat, didn't it? That ball off the straight through the air. It didn't do as much as we've seen from some on that opening day. Straighter again. They're hunting though at the moment, aren't they, Ken?
Yes, you get the sense that that's maybe a ploy from Kent there. Ben Geddes just signalling that there's a bit of an issue with his bat. Maybe he feels that there's a little crack in there, or not quite feeling as solid as he wants. So I think he's going to get a change of bat. But I was just watching Daniel Bell-Drummond fielding at mid-wicket, and he's not placed himself as a catcher. He's walking in a little bit, but then standing still like a close catcher. He's actually getting himself into the position of a close catcher, which suggests that they feel there's a chance for Geddes to turn the ball into the leg side, maybe a little bit uppishly, and give that mid-wicket a chance of a catch. And that's why Garrett's bowling so tight to the stumps and maybe trying to use that movement into the batter to create an opportunity. New bat then for Ben Geddes. So a couple to choose from. He looks happy with what he's got now.
Oh, now beats the inside edge. Geddes had a very nervous look back up the track there, I've got to say. He looked in doubt himself. Let's have a look.
Again, very similar to the previous over, or I should say the first over of the game, where he was pinned on the back leg there. I'm not sure height was an issue, but maybe again just doing a little bit too much, going down the leg side, or maybe clipping that leg stump at best. Again, enough doubt in the umpire's mind, but Garrett pleading for that first wicket of the day, and he's giving Geddes something to think about.
Nicely done from Higgins again, off the strike start of the last over.
Ringfield on the offside, and then two men on the single in the leg side, but plenty of space square of the wicket to rotate the strike. Geddes will be feeling a bit more confident having got that new bat in his hand. The first ball he faced pinned him on the pads. Now he's getting a chance to get bat on ball against Ali, and this will be a good contest between these two. Definitely still some movement in this surface. Had the heavy roller on this morning, which, and being day 2, I think the pitches here do tend to flatten out a touch, but there's still something there for the bowlers off the seam.
Oh, now leg side, I think, with the slope. It's just about slipping down, but they're getting closer on these appeals. Just bear in mind that slope is sliding off stump to leg. However, yeah, he was a long, long way across again, Geddes, wasn't he?
He was a long way across. I just think the angle there from the bowler helped saving the ball, just moving consistently down that line, quite wide on the crease when he delivered that. So I think going down leg, but yeah, Geddes maybe just looking for that rhythm around his front pad, and he did get one away for 4 earlier this morning, but he's been wrapped on the pads a few times now, and as you say, maybe Kent feeling they're getting closer each time.
Yeah, umpire Bailey standing at the pavilion end. He's an experienced pro, isn't he? Rob Bailey, he'll know full well that slope, as you say, the release as well, wide on the crease, angle of it. Really got to be straightening the ball here at Lord's. Umpire Bailey in the background at square leg at the moment. Always good for a chat this close as well. Oh, Higgins goes walking, goes looking for it, gets the boundary, thick edge, brings up his 50 and a smile on his face as he raises the bat. That little bit of movement out there forcing Higgins to use his feet. Gets a little bit of luck on that one. 6th boundary, 6th 4 for Higgins, 91 deliveries.
Another half century then for Ryan Higgins, just trying to get to the pitch of the ball, coming out of his crease, trying to negate some of that movement, but finding the outside edge. Gets away with it. There's only one slip in for Kent, so there is a bit of space there between slip and the gully, and he gets 4, but a minor victory there for the bowler. Higgins just trying to get to as close to the pitch of the ball as he can. I think he can see that man in his eye line at mid-wicket, although I think Bell Drummond's just about to make a move and bring in an extra slip. So that outside edge persuading him to be a little bit more attacking with the extra slip.
Oh, now I think he's got back, but it's always tight, isn't it? Geddes was very aware, and he needed to be.
No doubt about the touch on the hand there. But he's back and safe on his knees, but relieved, no doubt.
He was really alert to that, Geddes, wasn't he? Because generally it's pretty tight. If you do get fingertips to it, straight onto the stumps, but quick mind from Geddes on the shot itself. Kent will feel as though they're in this morning, though, won't they? There'd have been a little bit inwardly, there'd have been some nerves, wouldn't there, for Kent going into today and overnight about the match situation. But already this morning, I think there's enough of an indication that there's still movement out there. Crucially, though, this ball, 50 overs old now.
Do you think there'll be a little bit of regret maybe in Belgium's mind? They only had the one slip. The ball went through the sort of vacant second slip area. He didn't make the change immediately because captains mustn't do that. Give it another ball.
Grounded back again from Geddes. They'll get through from the single on this one. Yeah, absolutely. So difficult for Kent this morning, this match situation. End of the over, 174 for 4. I mean, they've got a shot at this now, haven't they? This morning, they got Eskenazi, Robson, Holden. Really good stuff from Garrett, Everson. But they need to keep going. Is the problem, isn't it? And it's that balance, as you say. Do they go with more slips? I think first thing in the morning, yes, hindsight, it's a great thing, isn't it? You'd look back now, I'm sure, Beltram, wishing that he'd gone with a couple more. Because certainly the good thing for Kent is it is still doing something this morning.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to the plans and the ideas that they'd have formulated this morning before taking the field and trying to give that a chance before making the switch. From the way that the bowlers have bowled, the field that they've set, the suggestion I think is very much that they think that LBW, that sort of short mid-wicket catching option, they feel that they could get some success with the batters trying to turn the ball into the leg side. That was clearly been their plan, but of course then you miss out on the more traditional option.
A couple of times he's just managed to square up Higgins, hasn't he?
Yeah, but he's very good at just kind of getting the bat down just in time. Fantastic hand-eye coordination, really trusts himself, and on a couple of occasions he just manages to make a correction and find an answer to the problem.
We saw that dismissal of Zach Crawley yesterday, first one to go, ball from Patterson, beating the outside edge, taking the back pad, LBW. Side again, he's taken it from a straight line though, Higgins, which I went wholly mine, just scooped back in down there by Garrett. They've taken a couple. Stayed leg side of it, didn't he, Higgins?
Yeah, he clearly feels quite comfortable out there, and we've seen it from both ends now, trying to get towards the ball.
It's really hot. It feels like, it's got really hot. Look for the seconds, settle on one, 3 converging. Deep square, long leg and fine leg.
You touched on that, that first dismissal yesterday. Zach Crawley, lots being talked about with Crawley, but I thought you and Dave Fulton called it very smartly. It was a heck of a delivery. I think even if you're in terrific form, you will do well to survive that. So a little bit unlucky, I thought, for Crawley.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between the sides. Obviously, there was a 3-day victory for Kent at Canterbury a couple of weeks back against Middlesex. But when you weigh them up, side against side in this one, the depleted bowling attack, that is the big difference. Middlesex able to go relentlessly with Higgins, with Brooks. Safagohar got a little bit of a look, and that's going to be Kent's main hope really in this one, I guess, that they can get something in the third innings. And Parkinson leaning a little bit as well. Finger spinner might be able to come into it, but work to do with the ball first. Oh, now up in the air and gone. He's holed out. Geddes can't believe it. He leans onto his bat. He's gone for the big shot. He was looking at all the room in front of Everson, but he's picked out the fielder at deep square, and pretty much in the vast expanse down below Old Father Time, he's put it straight down the throat of the fielder. Real disappointment for Geddes.
Well, he is seriously disappointed there, because that man in the deep square has been there all morning, and we did wonder about the plan that Kent had put into play, and that's exactly what Everson was there for. And Geddes has really fallen for the trap. Not particularly short, but he's played the attacking shot, the pull shot, and with all that acreage out there on the leg side, he's managed to pick out the man waiting for that catch. And Ben Geddes will be desperately disappointed not to go on here today.
Everson the catch. Kashif Ali in amongst the wickets. Geddes done. A Middlesex 177 for 5. So, who's Jack Davies, the wicket keeper? Had a couple of decent knocks so far this season. Needs another one here. The lead's 48, which is already in a low-scoring game. A decent one, but was just touching on the point there that having something to bowl at in that final innings for Kent potentially, but they've got to really do something special with the ball in this innings first if they are to get some pressure on Middlesex later in the game. That's a helping hand from Geddes, who we could see his frustration leaning on the back, couldn't he, after that one? So disappointed. But Davies out to join Higgins. Numbers 5 and 7 together. Still batting to come in Safagohar, Roland Jones.
I'm certain that Ben Geddes and Ryan Higgins would have had conversations about the field that was set and the men that were placed at deep square for both bowlers, and I'm sure they would have been thinking about how Kent are trying to get them out. Start of the second day, we're only half an hour in, and so I'm sure they'd have been talking about it and just being mindful of not falling for the trap. And then there's nothing you can do about it when you fall into it anyway.
Nice one from Garrett to start up again. Just leaving Higgins.
And you can understand a little bit with this pitch over towards the grandstand. Quite often you'll see that protection on the short boundary side because it's either 1 or 4 effectively. But over on the boundary side towards the mound stand, that was a position there. That was a fielder set for that very shot.
Oh, what a ball that is. Higgins slightly plays down the wrong line on it, but Garrett gets through, and a couple of quick wickets, and it is the 2 overnight batters that Kent remove quickly on the second day.
What a great start then for Kent. The two sides feeling each other out, and Ryan Higgins there beaten by a beauty from Garrett. Maybe just playing down the wrong line, didn't quite get his feet across to cover up. And we can see the middle stump there bent back. And Garrett, what a feeling for him. His 3rd wicket of the innings. And this game just tightening up ever so much. Middlesex hoping to get up and away, build themselves a big lead. The lead just about 50 now, I think 48 the lead. and Kent right in this.
Yeah, fine 54 from Higgins, but at 177 for 6. Middlesex still with a lot of work to do here to get the kind of control they would have wanted. Zafar Gohar has been in good form with the bat as well this summer for Middlesex. I wouldn't have expected to be in quite so early this morning. I thought with Geddes and Higgins in a good place overnight, the pair of them, they'll both be disappointed, I think, with the manner of dismissal, but it leaves a bit of work for these two to do, and a nudge of gloves, of course, Davies has yet to face.
You try not to have two new batters at the crease, if at all possible, apart from when the innings begins. And the way Kent have struck then, bang bang, two batters, neither have faced a delivery yet, and they're going to have to start and they'll do a little bit of rebuilding to try and extend this lead as much as possible. Umpire's just having a chat there.
Yeah, something going on. They've been signalling down below towards the ground staff, I assume, down below us. Just when the wicket fell, they both immediately turned and waved down to this. And is it a bail? Problem with the... No, I can't.
Oh, I think the bail might actually have snapped the shorter side, so the bail that sits in the middle stump groove looks like it's snapped off, and so they need a replacement. Rob Bailey there. Yeah.
There we go. They found somebody down below. We've been working hard, the ground staff. Probably the Bacon Butties, wasn't it? They were on the go. Busy morning out there working hard, keeping Lords looking as good as it does. Used to have the groundsman's hut down below the media centre here, but no longer there.
Yeah, you can see some of the grounds equipment actually just on the sort of start of the concourse behind the media centre. Some heavy duty machinery out there, but probably the lightest bit of equipment required to be changed out there, the bail.
So, Zafar off the mark. First ball, Zafar Gohar. Jack Davies takes guard for the first time. Carrot 3 for 49. Really good for him in the 13th over. Kent shorn of their, well, so many of their bowling ranks. Right on the spot to the left-hander straight away. Solidly in position, Davies.
The introduction of Zafar Gohar is well worth mentioning, that he has made it into the PCA, the first PCA team of the month for 2025, and he's done it alongside his teammate Max Holden. So two Middlesex players in the first PCA team of the month this year. Zafar has had a good all-round start to the season. A couple of 50s, not out 50 against Derbyshire in previous game, and he's picked up 15 wickets with his left arm spin. So he's made a telling contribution so far this season, and of course Max Holden has been in the runs.
End of the over, a wicket off it. Higgins the bats full, 178 for 6.
I suppose it's only fair that perhaps we should run through that team of the month. So opening up, Dom Sibley Surrey, Tom Haynes, Sussex. Hasib Hamid at 3. Max Holden, 4.
Second to left, Max on the screen there, next to Richard Johnson.
Ian Holland, 5. A former Middlesex player, John Simpson, Sussex wicketkeeper, at 6. Matthew Waite, 7. Zafar Gohar, 8. Ben Rain, 9. Fergus O'Neill, 10. And Brett Hutton, 11. So 3 Nottinghamshire players in that side, and 2 from Middlesex and Sussex.
Oh, bit of bite in that one. Kashi Valley, Zafar Gohar just about got over the top of it. Good ball early in the innings to get. Didn't really get off the ground himself, did he? Didn't really get up on the toes.
Good short ball that. Couldn't really get out of the way of that one.
Oh, he's gone. Well, pushes one up there. The next ball pushes him back. The first delivery, and the second one just a little bit of width outside off. Gohar goes after it, but it's back to the shed early on for Zafar Gohar, and a 3rd wicket of the morning for Kent.
The 2-card trick works beautifully for Kashif Ali. Pushes Zafar Gohar on the back foot with the short ball, and then maybe not quite getting himself fully across, playing a little bit away from his body there. Gets the outside edge, a simple catch through to Benjamin. But that's a great bit of work from the bowler. Short one into the armpit, and then the outside edge from the full one. Great bit of bowling.
Gone for 1 for 3. Middlesex 178 for 7 now. Shake of the head as Gohar goes off, and it will be Toby Rowland-Jones who'll have been strapping up pretty quickly this morning. Here he comes. 5 wickets yesterday for Rowland-Jones. He was applauded off holding the ball in the air after another fine haul for his side. He's got a job to do with the bat now. Again, the lead is 49 in what is a low-scoring game at the moment. The last couple of wickets for Kent took them from 102 for 8 to 129 all out. And again, a low-scoring game, and percentage-wise, it was a fair chunk of the innings. But Middlesex will be keen here to push this lead up and not allow Kent back in, which is what they felt happened down at Canterbury. 79 for 6 in reply to Middlesex's 2-2-2, and Kent came back at them. There was only 4 runs in the difference at the end of the first innings, and they knew on that first day they'd let Kent back in, and that might be what's happening here. That'll be on the mind for sure.
3 wickets, just 1 run. How quickly things change. At 177 for 4, Middlesex feeling pretty good about life, and then now 178 for 7, and a shift in momentum. You can just feel the enthusiasm and the way that the Kent players are celebrating. They know they're right back in this. What can Toby Rowland-Jones do to extend this lead? Currently 49.
This is really good from Kashif Ali now. A couple of wickets this morning. He bowled well yesterday. Wicketless, as we said, all morning long so far. All morning long, we've only had 35 minutes, but an awful lot's happened, which is what Kent needed. How much the cloud cover plays a part this morning as well. It was glorious sunshine this morning, but it's really filled in over Lords. And the movement isn't exaggerated out there at the moment, but there is movement, and sometimes that's all you need. A little bit is actually more of a help than a lot.
And especially when it's not every ball. And I think that you're right, that does put a little bit more doubt into the batter's mind. And we've seen it go both ways as well. There's the skill of these bowlers, the ability just to move the odd one up the slope, and then the other way. That is hard for the batters to work out.
Short, Roland Jones gives it the treatment. Nobody's set back for that one. There's a fine leg who's going to have to go and retrieve it at deep square. But Roland Jones, as Kent will know full well, likes his shots. If he's given the chance, he will let rip. And Middlesex is alleviating a little bit of the pressure that was building. End of the 53rd, they're 182 for 7.
Yeah, a bit of a gimme that one there for Roland Jones, and Kent going on the attack a little bit with a change in their field. We talked about them having that deep square, that deep backward square throughout the morning. It paid off for a wicket. They've now brought him up into the ring, sort of 2 catches in close on the leg side. That means that Roland Jones had the freedom of Lords to swing through the line of that short ball and relieve a little bit of pressure, but Kent certainly still with their tails up. Just looking at the field they've got now, they've put in a leg slip, maybe leg gully even. So 2 slips, sort of 4th slip really, and then you can just see that man in a kind of leg slip position for that tickle off the hips or that little flick, thinking it might be a little bit uppish.
Lovely shot from Davies. I was saying yesterday, it's quite lush out there, Lords. Getting good watering as well. Out there this morning, you could just feel it under your feet that it was still a little moist. The belting sun that there's been around the last couple of weeks, sunshine, they have had to, I'm sure, give it a fair old bit of water to keep it looking this good.
I was in South London yesterday evening, and we got a bit of a shower. I'm not sure if it managed to come up as far as here, but gave the plants a bit of a watering. Good for the gardens as well as the outfields.
Yeah, I only got a small bit of it just left Lords yesterday evening. I don't know if it was a little bit heavier, more towards the centre, and as you say, south of London, but we saw it forming up on the horizon last night. Big grey clouds in the distance, and saw on the radar that it was potentially coming this way, coming up from Guildford, but obviously just slipped off to the south. Yeah, it was just a sprinkling really that hit me on the drive back home west from Lords. So I don't think we've got the worst of it, but it looked pretty heavy for sure.
Yeah, had to get the clothes in off the line. It was heavy enough.
And I've seen what Roland Jones did yesterday. Just nagging Middlesex. He talks about bowling in partnerships, Roland Jones, which is something we touched on yesterday. It just felt as though Roland Jones and Patterson was inescapable. Then Higgins, Brooks came into it a little bit more when he moved up to the pavilion end. He was bumping it from the nursery end, a ploy that was clearly set.
More orthodox third slip going in now for Kent.
Yeah, third slip went in, they went a little bit straight. So they're going to keep the 3 in for Davies. I think that's Everson just coming in from the cover boundary there, warming up. So we've had 45 minutes, and they both bowled well this morning, Garrett and Kashi Valley. Partnership to begin, but it's just finding that back up now with their depleted ranks for how they can keep the pressure on. Away it goes, up the hill, lush grass maybe, but he got a good chunk of that, Davies, his first boundary.
Yeah, short and wide there from Garrett, and very well put away by Davies. Just rocked onto the back foot, and as we can see, the shorter boundary there doesn't need to be hit too hard to make it all the way to the rope, but another confident stroke there from Davies, 190 for 7, so the lead starting to tick back up again after those 3 wickets for 1 run, and both Roland Jones and Davies playing a couple of confident looking strokes suggests that Kenton might not have it all their own way this morning.
Short mid wicket in there for Roland Jones. They're going to chop that deep square back now. Picked up the boundary at the end of the last over from Kashi Valley. Still 2 slips catch him. Oh, now that's a lovely shot by Roland Jones. It was shaping back into him. Gets it away for a couple.
Yeah, nice looking straight drive there from Roland Jones. Was it? It looked a little bit uppish. That there might have been a hint of a chance for the bowler. We'll have to have a look. Just bounced in front. No real opportunity there. Yeah, good looking stroke that.
Hits the ball so hard, doesn't he, Roland Jones? Big guy as he is. Fine bat. Young opening batter in the Middlesex Academy. And going on to become a bowler thereafter.
Memory might be playing tricks on me, but there was a season, might even have been the 2016 title winning season. I feel that he scored some really useful runs down the order.
Oh, now that takes a thick edge, races away, turned around by it, right into the corner. Is it going to make it? Oh, perfect fall. Not quite in the perfect fashion.
Yeah, kind of leading edge there, sort of trying to turn it into the leg side and going in completely the opposite direction, but it just sort of shows as well enough pace in Kashi Valley's delivery. That was this effort ball, really trying to dig it in short, enough pace on it to run away for 4. Again, everything adding to this lead, everything counting after those 3 quick wickets, so nearing the 200 mark now.
Yeah, innings I think that always will just spring to mind when you think of Roland Jones. The bat was Scarborough against Yorkshire that year. He and Murtagh came out and thumped the ball to all parts on a game that appeared to be going nowhere. The lower order just smashed the ball around. Brilliant from Roland Jones. It was incredible to watch. And then Murtagh, Roland Jones and Finn came out and skittled Yorkshire, and all of a sudden Middlesex's 2016 title challenge was up and running. Stroke beautifully, hit on the up, brings up the 200 for Middlesex as well.
Yeah, good shot there from Roland Jones. If the one before was unintended, that one full of intent, straight through the covers there, playing it at the top of the bounce, on the up. Yeah, classical stroke. And full treatment, 4 runs.
Dropping short and punished. Well, the two sides of Toby Roland Jones there, absolutely dismissive on both counts, but real brutal sheer force on that. Bludgeons it over mid-wicket.
Yeah, that's a powerful shot there from Roland Jones. And just something I just noticed from the side-on view from the previous delivery, there's almost a kind of winding up the setup from Roland Jones, almost like a baseball style or a golf swing, just kind of ready to rotate and hit through the ball. And we certainly see that in action with that shot through the leg side. He's a powerful guy, and he certainly looks like he's come out to play.
204 for 7 after 55 Middlesex. Here's the first change. Parkinson into the attack. And, well, whether it'll be Everson at the pavilion end. Paul Richards, none for 21 from his 3. That didn't include 2 big boundaries. Byes signalled by the umpire. A little unlucky on the keeper that they were signalled as byes. All that short, given the treatment by Davies. Luke Holman got done by that one yesterday from Parkinson. Just followed one outside off and nicked it through.
Yeah, that was a lovely bit of bowling actually, and a fantastic catch behind the stumps by Benjamin. And Parkinson, a lot of talent. He should get something out of this pitch.
Like I say, Jack Leaning managed to get a bit of turn and bounce as well, didn't he, yesterday evening? So something in it. Zafar Gohar will clearly be interested, as will Holman himself. Didn't get a chance really, either of them, in the Kent first innings. It's a different challenge now for Roland Jones. He's shown no fear over the years playing spin though. I did wonder with the 9th and 10th wicket partnerships for Kent whether it would have been better to throw it to the spinner and just see if the tail ender skied it. Roland Jones got a job to do for Davies at the other end. Still does have a very solid batter at the non-striker's end at the moment. So I don't think that he'll continue the onslaught against Parkinson in the same way.
Yeah, it's a good move this actually, to when a player is using the pace of the seamers to hit out. Just changing the tempo, giving them something to think about, and taking that pace off, and kind of saying, well, if you want to go after it, you're going to have to put everything on the ball yourself. And we know that Matt Parkinson always puts a lot of action on the ball. He does like giving it a rip, and so it just adds a bit of a dilemma into Roland Jones's mind, whether or not to try and keep hitting. It becomes a riskier option, I think, with the slower delivery. So I think that's a good move, bringing Parkinson on
Still another one for Kashif Ali. Or is there? No, he's handing over the baton. It will be Everson. As the sun comes out, the swing bowler is throwing the ball, but how's your luck?
Yeah, that cloud cover has sort of hung over the ground throughout this first hour, but making way to a little bit of blue sky above. But the air's still warm. It's still thick enough, I think, for if there is a bit of swing out there, Everson will find it.
It's the slip in the gully. Long leg and deep square setback. Davies pulls out. Yeah, it was doing a bit all day yesterday. We did wonder whether it just really did fill in at one point, whether that just added to matters. I'm sure it did, but often does at Lord's. But there's certainly enough in the surface itself on this one for the bowlers to be kept interested all the way. Have a loosen up. Now, Davies climbs into one. That was a real long hop from Everson, who's offering up a wide half volley first ball. Davies makes no mistake on that at all, and it's a short boundary. He's got all of it, all the way.
Yeah, they've not got a huge amount of protection for him on the leg side. Just the one fielder just in front of square had absolutely no chance of getting anywhere near that as Davies climbs into the short one. The field very much set for outside the off stump, so he'll have to tighten up his line here.
It's a good stop. It's a better ball. Some closer to where he'll want to be. A solid media pacer. Relies on that movement, but of course you've got to have the accuracy as well. Davies charges down to say something to Roland Jones about it all. This will definitely be a big test at Everson's pace. Roland Jones could be tempted, but of course that could go one or two ways. Deep square around to mid-wicket setback for Everson to Roland Jones, but he will have to be very, very tight on his line and length here.
And the momentum of the game and this morning then just shifting again slightly back towards Middlesex's way. It's amazing how quickly things can change when the game is this tight.
Just a single, sweeper setback.
But the pressure that was built and built by the 3 quick wickets has now largely receded. Both Roland Jones and Davies got themselves in now. They've both hit some pretty aggressive shots. The lead has moved on quite quickly.
No run. Good stop in the covers. End of the over, so 9 off it. 57 done. Middlesex 214 for 7.
And maybe that's kind of the difference in terms of the bowling stocks that Kent are kind of relying on. Kashif Ali, George Garrett doing a terrific job. Maybe just a bit of pressure being relieved by Everson and of course Richards yesterday. No Nathan Gilchrist or Grant Stewart as they had in the previous match, and so that pressure that attacking opportunity for Kent, perhaps not as great as they would like to. Trying to take advantage of those 3 quick wickets is proving a little bit tricky now.
Just a single to the sweeper again. So I don't think Roland Jones will go after Parkinson here. Might be more tempted to do so against Everson as Davies was. But if they were to knock Everson out of the attack, then it would give Kent a real problem here. Maybe it'll be leaning with a bit of off break from the pavilion end.
With this field, not a single player from just in front of square on the leg side round to the rest of the leg side. They're pretty confident. Roland Jones doesn't have a sweep in his locker.
It's tightly knit there on the offside, isn't it? A little bit of drift on that one again from Parkinson, just noticeable on the last 2.
Parkinson does like to get the ball above the eye line and toss it up there, and both mid on and mid off. A little bit back, but not too far. The temptation is there if but Roland Jones decides against taking the bait. I think that's smart batting, as you said, Kevin. There is a decision to be made about when to attack and what the percentage play is, and I think Roland Jones quite right to not necessarily milk Parkinson, but just kind of put away the risky stroke. He clearly feels much more confident with a bit of pace on, and as you said, got a lot of confidence in Davies to help them push this lead up towards and beyond 100. So I think that's smart batting from the Middlesex bowler.
Straight away, just the single back, just the single with the sweeper back. Yeah, it's much awareness, isn't it, at the moment? They'll know that Kent have got a problem here with their bowling attack in terms of their resources for this game. The options that Bell Drummond has in the field. Bell Drummond at mid-wicket at the moment, orchestrating a double teapot on there for a moment. Plenty to ponder for the Kent skipper.
Now just the one slip.
Bit of shape on that one. Keeper standing up, I'm not sure he quite... Yeah, it's really gone back up the slope, hasn't it?
Yeah, as we've said, there's still plenty of movement in this surface.
Well, there you go. Width and punished. And that's the thing, Middlesex won't feel like they need to take any big risks here.
That was a good shot, because there is a bit of protection for Everson out on the offside, but the man on the boundary much squarer, and so once you get it past that infield, It's not too far to go to reach the boundary. This is good batting from this pair.
It wasn't even that bad a ball from Everson, but he is just slightly down on pace. Oh, edged and gone! Well, having got the ball that went back up the slope a couple of deliveries ago, then punched for 4 off the back foot, and he's come back well. As we said, they've got to stick to a tight line and length here, Kent, and they'll be in the game if they can. Everson produces a very big wicket.
Yeah, that's a good bit of bowling from Everson, getting the ball to move up the slope off the pitch. We saw a couple of balls before doing just that. They only had the one slip in, Jack leaning, but he makes no mistake, straight into the mid-drift. And Roland Jones bitterly frustrated because he was putting together a real partnership with Davies. But he's got to go. The 8th wicket down. 24 for the Middlesex captain. And now Kent, desperate to keep that lead under 100. Give themselves a chance. And again, just as the momentum shifting towards Middlesex, Jerry Everson breaks the partnership. And Kent now trying to rush through those last 2 wickets and get themselves batting once again.
Those last 3 deliveries probably captured the pitch and match really well. One beating the outside edge handsomely. The next ball, it wasn't that bad a ball at all, but the pitch is there for the batters to play their strokes. Say Everson not one of the quicker bowlers, so Roland Jones able to punch confidently off the back foot and then really caught in between the 2 on that last one, and indeed caught it slip.
I think that's probably what will be frustrating, is that those 3 deliveries kind of did the same thing. So he had a good look at that ball moving away from him and thought, well, I've got the opportunity to play my shot if it's wide enough. The second ball was wide enough. He punched it through the offside. And then I think that third one that gets the edge, having seen 2 deliveries do the same thing, to kind of fall for the third, I think will be the source of great frustration for the captain. So credit to Everson for his consistency, plugging away, picks up the wicket.
That's a lovely ball to start from Everson. Brooks prods away at the surface there. He'll be keen to get back out and bowl on it. Finds a little bit of dirt to get rid of. But they've got rid of Toby Roland Jones. 220 for 8. 59 gone. So there's the first ball that seems heavily back up the slope. The next ball just starting a little bit wider. The one that was punched for, and then the wicket ball. Then the wicket ball to come, which was the 3rd in that row. Yeah, and as I say, there wasn't particularly anything wrong with that ball that was punched for 4 off the back foot. But fine margins here at Lord's.
So the field set for the left-hander then. 2 men out in the deep backward square, deep mid-wicket. Be interesting to see what approach Jack Davies takes now with Henry Brooks joining him in the middle.
I think you can have a lot of trust in Brooks. Brooks is a very capable bat, and I don't think that he'll do anything rash here. A great deal of relief. I pick up the mic again.
No one happier with that shot than Kevin Hand.
But he's always seemed measured, and that's what the approach, I'd imagine. I mean, that's certainly what Davies would want. He's been in at 10, he's been in at 11. Cullen has pushed him down to 11, but with Patterson's arrival, he's elevated back to 10. No ball called. But that's not to undo. I think even when he's at 11, it's... I mean, everybody bats now, don't they? Everybody goes all the way down, but...
Yeah, you've got to be something pretty special to be a genuine rabbit these days.
But yeah, Brooks, he seems to have the temperament for it, is probably what I'm trying to say. He seems, again, match awareness. Right now, they'll know how crucial not only another 27 runs for a batting point will be, but get that lead up and over 100, as he said. Now, width on that one, and his eyes didn't light up to it, but equally... he'll be wary. He'll try and play well within himself and support Davies. Davies then, if Brooks were to fall, I think Davies certainly would open up thereafter. 2-2-3 for 8.
That's the wonderful temptation from Parkinson, getting that ball up in the air. And you could see Brooks finding it very hard to resist. Even someone with a calm temperament still feels like if the ball's up there, it can go. So enjoying watching Parkinson go about his work at the moment. Everson and Parkinson offering very different skills, but both offering a threat for Kent at the moment.
Davies did hit Everson for 6 when he dropped short in his first over on this morning. But it's another useful cameo to be had here from Davies, and I don't say that disrespectfully. I mean in terms of cameo that he's not got much left to work with in terms of the tail. But he's a pretty clever cricketer with the bat in hand from what I've seen, Jack Davies. One or two from afar gave him a little bit of criticism last week. Middlesex fell 8 runs shy of the follow-on at Derbyshire, but it was a high-scoring game, and that just built a little bit of pressure. Davies holed out. He was the last to go with Middlesex 8 shy, but equally he had hit a 6 and a 4 to propel them towards the follow-on. So again, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I don't think particularly I could say, yeah, it was a terrible shot and a daft shot when you're 8 runs shy of it, because he's just hit a 6 and a 4 to try and get them towards that follow-on. He was obviously thinking it through, and that was the approach that he took. Having already got a couple away, couldn't really have a go at him for falling in the same manner.
You've got to be prepared to be brave at times.
Very easy game set up here, but I just think right now Davies, like that, he'll happily stroke it around. He'll know Brooks at the other end. All right, everybody's prone to an error, a rash moment. Eyes light up. But Brooks isn't one of those tail-enders where delusions of grandeur will get into his head, I don't think. I think he will play for the team, in particular play for Davies. So Davies himself can really try and play some choice shots at the moment. If one more were to go, then I think Davies would farm the strike and really try and target that short boundary. If Brooks gets out to a good ball as well, you know, that's also possible. It's always the danger when you've got 2 standing, it could be over before. Well, there's only 1 ball left to this over, but for Davies' mind equally with it all, it can all be over in 2 deliveries at the other end before he's able to open up. But I think he'll trust in Brooks for now. There you go, there's the good ball. Brooks doing his best. Plays the line of off stump there, doesn't he? 2-2-4 for 8.
Yeah, Everson into a groove with his bowling now, kind of setting a field to kind of consistent movement that he's finding. The extra slip for Brooks. And Davies having to think really about how he plays this passage and how best to kind of eke those those runs first to try and get that lead over 100 and then maybe consider that batting point.
I think this is a really interesting matchup, Parkinson and Davies, because this is where Everson's bowling really as well as we saw on that last delivery. And they have settled into a reasonable partnership here, the pair of them. But does Davies try and score off Parkinson? I don't think Parkinson would mind that if he did.
Parkinson's got plenty of protection on the leg side in particular. They've pushed that mid-off back to a, sorry, not mid-off, mid-on to a long on. Not right on the rope though. And they'll bring the field in a little for these last two deliveries, try and keep Brooks on strike for the next over.
Swept away. Fielder at 45. It's going to go. Compton coming around at long leg.
Yeah, that's a really good shot from Davies. As I said, they've got plenty of protection on the leg side for that sweep. But once he managed to beat the man on the 45, there was nothing that Compton could do in the deep.
Oh, away for 4 more. And well, this is what we're talking about for Davies. He doesn't need to take too many risks. Back-to-back boundaries. The lead's over 100.
Yeah, 2 good shots there from Davies. The first one, the field very much set for it, but with a lack of protection on the offside. Short, wide, inviting Davies to cut. And he beats the fielder on the offside, so back-to-back boundaries. That lead 103 now, Middlesex starting to move up and away. Kent won't want them to go much further.
Good from Brooks again. Side. Even without the slope. Angling too far across. Minutes to lunch on the second day. Game well advanced, 18 wickets already. No rush here at all for Middlesex. Forecast set fair. A very strong match position. Every run just ekes a little bit of pressure onto Kent. They had the morning they needed with the early wickets, but they've got to finish it off now.
These two teams currently 3rd and 4th in the table. So the two games against each other, very, very crucial in the mix-up for the chase for promotion. Everything counts between them.
Really good from Brooks. Blocks out the maiden. Plays it relatively comfortably. 2-3-2 for 8. Yeah, it's a cruel blow with the injuries they've got at the moment, isn't it? The absentees in their bowling attack, because you look at the match situation now, were they at full strength? Obviously Middlesex are missing Leas Deploy in this game. Tom Helm we saw carrying a bat out earlier, but had Kent have gone 2 from 2 against Middlesex home and away, then their hopes of returning to Division 1 would look pretty good. Right now for Middlesex, they'll look at making it 1-1 for the season in their games against Kent, a relegated team, and one of the teams they will have known and identified that they'd have to finish above if they wanted to make a return to Division 1 themselves. Davies happily pushing the single. As I say, I think he'll be buoyed by the way Brooks has played it so far.
Yeah, Brooks has yet to get off the mark, but has looked reasonably organised and solid in the way that he's played. And it's the dangling of the carrot from Parkinson that we've seen Brooks almost nibble at a couple of times.
Ushered that one through for the single. Off the mark, 16th ball.
Yeah, he's earned that. Offering good support to Davies thus far. So no fielders in the ring on the offside, so that extra bit of protection. We saw Davies cut Parkinson away for 4 in the previous over. With a couple of balls left in this one, they've offered him a bit of space on the offside.
Oh wow, down the track and straight back at Parkinson. Hit hard as well. Parkinson does really well to hold on. A little use of the feet from Davies. Does try and score off the spinner. Not to be on this occasion.
That's a terrific catch from Parkinson. Hit back very firmly by Davies. And you can see that Parkinson initially concerned about self-preservation, then he realises he can get his hands to it and he holds on, falls to the floor, but delighted with that. Good bit of cricket there from Matt Parkinson. And Davies, hugely frustrated, he punches the bat as he heads back to the pavilion because he was doing a good job for Middlesex. 29 from 28 balls. And I think he was just working out how he can sort of quarterback the end of this Middlesex innings, but now he's got to go. That aggressive intent did for him in the end. And Parkinson with a wonderful catch, brave catch. He's got his second, and now Kent looking to wrap things up. Just one more wicket needed.
Dane Patterson out at 11 and 1 ball to go at the over. Parkinson, you can imagine now, he's got a proper tail-ender out there to have a look at. The spinner. There'll be a mix of some ripping deliveries and 1 or 2, as you mentioned, Dean, against tail-enders that you just put right up above the eye line. Deal with that. So 1 to face. Yeah, Davies, he'll be disappointed. He got out in that manner. He possibly overthought it a little bit. 105 the lead. Brooks playing really nicely for him at the other end. He's got a few away against Everson from the pavilion end, but taking on the spinner. Here's Parkinson, first ball for Patterson. Oh, gets through. Slouch of the shoulders, and Benjamin behind the stumps. Come back for a couple of byes. 2:36 for 9 then, so Middlesex 14 shy of that batting point, which Patterson and Brooks will be aware of. Brooks will have the strike. Whether he does now try and push things on himself, we'll have to see.
Well, Brooks has looked reasonably comfortable out there. As I said, the only sort of sniff of a indecision is against Parkinson, where he's thought about playing the big shot, but reined himself in. See how he plays Everson now.
Interesting to take the single.
Well, they've got confidence in Patterson. All bowlers think they can bat, and get a chance to see if he can help Middlesex snatch that batting point. 13 runs needed.
Showed him all three there. Well, the Kent openers will have to be mentally preparing themselves. There's 30 minutes until lunch on the second day. Have a tricky little passage themselves. This game could be well advanced by the interval. I think that's why Davies will be disappointed. You mentioned he punched the bat. As I say, I think he might have overthought it. But again, it's a very easy game up here, isn't it? The pressure feels a little bit different in the middle. He'll have been thinking about that 250.
Yeah, and interestingly as well, in terms of game management, in terms of patience, you know, he did get a couple of deliveries that he could climb into in the previous over. And maybe, you know, he was trying to be proactive and kind of take the game to Parkinson. Maybe he could have waited for that short one again, or the one down the leg side which he swept away for 4. Those opportunities were coming.
Certainly stays leg side of it, doesn't he, Patterson? Wants to come at the over.
Henry Brooks is he was surveying the field there, as if to think about where he might be able to deposit this. Let's see if he takes that positive approach.
Edged and gone. Second slip with the catch. Leaning, holding on. Big smiles for Kent. 109 is the lead. And Kent wrap it up on this second morning. Everson, fair play to him. He's bowled well. A lot of pressure on his shoulders this morning in the depleted attack to step up and play his part. And boy, oh boy, has he done it. Took a little bit of tap in terms of that 6 from Davies and then the punch from Roland Jones, but he got him the next ball. And he ends up with 3 for 43, which are fine figures, all out for 238. And they've got a stab at this now, Kent. But it's going to be a tricky little passage of play before lunch. 22 minutes to face. You can see Bell Drummond running off there. He's the number 3 to pad up.
Middlesex then wrapped up for 238. A tale of kind of 2 sort of mini periods where Kent managed to take 3 wickets in quick succession, and then partnership between Roland Jones and Jack Davies before Kent again with another 3 wickets to wrap up the innings. I still feel that Middlesex are in a very, very good position. That lead of 109 runs should be really worth its weight in gold and give their bowlers that, I guess, that motivation, that inspiration to come out and make it tell.
We'll be back in just under 10 minutes here on the live enhanced stream from Lords. Dean Wilson and myself, Kevin Hand, the stream from Middlesex in association with Dafabet. Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Aitchison gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again, that sounded big and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all out action, all the time. All are welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always have fun. Catch, drill, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
This holiday at Dynamos Cricket.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Out come Middlesex with the ball in hand. A game that's in fast forward here at the home of cricket. The 2 first innings are done, and a lead of 109 puts a little bit of pressure on Kent coming out. But cricket's cricket, and you never know. Kent could also look at this as they've got a chance to get back into this game now. We said this morning with the ball that they've got one chance to keep Middlesex in sight, and keep them in sight they have. 109 the lead. It could have been an awful lot worse for Kent this morning, but they've given themselves a real chance. Middlesex are out there in very, very good time, and I think that's a clear sign of intent. The batters are only just coming out to the middle now. The umpires are obviously leading the way, but look at Middlesex. They're well in position, they're ready to go, and they're fired up here, you'd imagine. I'm Kevin Hands, bringing you the live stream of this one alongside Dean Wilson, live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. And one thing's for sure, Dino, you can't take your eyes off this one.
Yeah, absolutely. This game really well poised. I said just at the back end of the Middlesex innings that a lead of 109 could be really effective, could be a really good position that Middlesex find themselves in. But of course, we know that Kent do have lots of talent in their batting lineup. A couple of players not in great form, but they've got a lot of talent, a lot of ability, and a couple of their players as well. They've scored hundreds so far this season, so Middlesex don't need to be reminded of what can happen in a Kent second innings against them. So this game really, really well poised. 6 wickets falling already this morning suggests that there's something for the bowlers. Middlesex will want to exploit it.
Roland Jones to Crawley to get the second dig going. Good start right on the spot. Good lead from Crawley. 5 in the first innings for Roland Jones. They've got 22 minutes here before lunch. You could see them all well set and ready to go to get at Kent. I'm sure it will have been mentioned. Canterbury 79 for 6 on the first day in reply to Middlesex's 2-2-2. They were in real trouble, Kent. Middlesex let them back in, and they'll be saying to themselves, I'm sure, in that dressing room and at lunch, do not let them back in this time. Bounce on that one through to Davies.
And of course, this is Middlesex at home. This ground they know so well. It does have a competitive advantage, especially in the field, knowing exactly where you want to be pitching it. Someone like Toby Roland Jones been doing it here for such a long time at such high quality. That's got to be good for Middlesex.
Oh, that's up in the air and short. Crawley's got a lifeline. Zafar Gohar charging in from points. This could be a very big moment that we look back on.
For a moment there I thought that the cricket gods not looking kindly on Zach Crawley at the moment, and that really would have been a way to go. Trying to turn it into the leg side, getting that leading edge. He had no idea where it had gone.
Sometimes it's one out of the middle, but sometimes it's just a little stroke of luck you need. And there is a lovely stroke. Only as far as mid-off. Holden comes around, holds him to a single, but Crawley's a positive player. He will look to play his shot still. One out of the middle of the bat and he's going again, but equally, as I say, just one little chance, one little moment goes your way and things can just start to fall into place again for a batter.
Yeah, absolutely, especially when you're sort of a free-flowing batter, kind of natural stroke maker as Crawley is. So often about the state of mind and confidence in what you're doing. I'm sure he'll be searching for that at the moment.
A little bit of lift. Compton with the glove off. A little bit of spite from Roland Jones. Again, they were out there early. You can imagine he's well fired up for this spell and the one that will come immediately after lunch. 2 bites at it to go hard at Kent and get into them.
Ben Compton loves the contest early on, doesn't mind wearing 1 or 2 as long as he stays there.
Edged. And 4. Well, what an eventful first over. It's been an eventful second morning. Compton now gets a lifeline. 3 slips in place. They needed a 4th. 5 without loss. Trail by 104.
Hands on heads there from the Middlesex fielders. They found that outside edge. I'm not sure it would have carried. It would have been a great catch if there had been a 4 slip there. I think it would have been fairly low around the boots. But a full stroke anyway for Compton. And Roland Jones back in the groove after his 5-wicket haul in the first innings. His confidence will be sky high.
Patterson, no ball. Right on the spot, he produced a beaut. In the first innings, a beautiful spell. He likes it at the nursery end. Crawley will be, you'd imagine, watchful.
Three slips in, looking for that little bit of away movement to the right-hander.
There's a dream of a delivery. To get rid of Crawley in the first innings. Can he come up with something like that again? Because again, from Middlesex's perspective, they'll look back on that game at Canterbury, as I said, and the fact that they let Kent back in. I think if Kent is to get back in, it is going to have to be the top order here, because they are, talk about a side batting down. There's a bit of a tail in this one for Kent. Kashif Ali, Garrett, Richards, Parkinson. Some really big names at the top, though. No bigger than Crawley. Get a couple. Moves on to 3. But yeah, between Crawley, Compton, Bell Drummond and Mieye. Leaning at 5, Everson at 6. This is going to have to be a top-down reply from Kent. They won't be able to look to the lower order to get them out of it, as Stewart did with Finch in the match at Canterbury. It's coming back in. Nicely defended by Crawley, right in behind it. What Middlesex, I think, will look back on in their innings was the number of batters that got in and didn't go on. Luke Holman had a really nice looking 42, coming in at 4, quite the elevation for Holman, taking Elias Deploy's place, injured. Number 4 for Middlesex, but then Higgins, Geddes. And Davies as well down the order, but as I say, from Davies' perspective, it was always going to be a cameo because he was running out of partners. Edged and put down. I'm pretty sure that's carried. Robson at second, going across in front of Eskenazi at first. It wouldn't have carried to Eskenazi. How much of it did Robson get? All of it. Oh dear. It was Robson's catch. Crawley. Oh, do you call him a couple of lifelines? Certainly that was one. The first one didn't go to hand.
That's a big life, because Middlesex have tightly packed that cordon. Those 3 slips standing there to make sure there are no gaps.
It's 3 edges and 10 deliveries as well.
And for the ball to slip through there will be hugely frustrating for Patterson, the bowler, but you can see Robson chuntering away there, and they're discussing where they're standing. They're all in exactly the right position, exactly where they want to be. When that edge goes around waist height, you want to make sure that you claim it.
Back to the top of off for Patterson to finish the over, but Crawley gets a single. He's got a big lifeline here. Leading edge in the first over off Roland Jones, who will face again now, but in this over, just gone. Robson shells him.
We're talking about what might just get a batter going, whether it's a sweetly timed stroke or a bit of fortune. You won't get a bigger bit of fortune than that.
Just a single down to Patterson. He's looking to blast the pads off there, wasn't he, Roland Jones? Test Crawley's foot movement early in the innings. Well aware that he's not in the best of form.
It's been a tough start to the season for Crawley. Just named in the England squad for the first test against Zimbabwe. He's had a difficult summer so far for Kent, but he has played 53 test matches, scored 400s, memorably that 267 against Pakistan down in Southampton. But he's struggling a little bit this season.
Flashed away. Width from Roland Jones, punished by Compton. Century for Compton, with Mieye to win the match down at Canterbury against Middlesex.
A gimme there from Roland Jones, short, wide, outside the off stump. And Compton just rocks back, carves it away. So he will have those happy memories of facing this Middlesex attack earlier this season, and he's been in decent form as Ben Compton.
Sunbury versus Richmond in this little matchup, isn't it?
Indeed. He's coming off the back of 200s, one against Middlesex at Canterbury, and then another one against Gloucestershire, a big one, 178 against Gloucestershire. And if he can just kind of go about his business, and quite often he does play the kind of the anchor role for Kent, allow some stroke makers to work around him.
Yeah, I think the top four in particular is big here, isn't it? Leaning at 5 and Everson at 6, it's a good middle order as well. But having seen what Compton and Mieye did to Middlesex down at Canterbury. Lifting ball and gone. It's not going to be at Lord's. And holding on is Sam Robson. It'll be a little bit of relief, even for Robson. Compton departs for 8. Roland Jones has a wicket before lunch on the second day. That will come with an almighty amount of relief to all of the Middlesex side after the chances created in the first couple of overs.
Yeah, just a little bit of extra bounce there from Roland Jones. Ball gets a little bit big on Compton, and he guides it almost to Robson at second slip. Big puff of the cheeks from Robson after putting down Crawley. He holds on to get rid of Compton. And Roland Jones back in the wickets already. Big scalp for Middlesex. Ben Compton, as I say, been in fine touch this season, but his game with the bat is over, and Robson holds on to give Middlesex their first wicket.
That is a really big scalp. After what he and Miaye did down at Canterbury, this was a chance for Kent to get back in it again here at Lord's. Bill Drummond charged off the field with the last Middlesex wicket falling. So 19 for 1 as Bell Drummond walks out, if ever a skipper's innings was needed.
I think that's a good bit of bowling from Roland Jones, because he had been put away for 4 earlier in the over. It was short and wide, and maybe just not a full effort ball really from Roland Jones, and he's picked off quite easily there by Compton. And then the difference with the wicket ball, you can see he really bent his back, got that extra bounce, a bit tighter to Compton, and the disappointment obvious there with the batsman. But I think that's really good bowling from Roland Jones, changing the angle of attack, and then just that extra bit of bounce, that extra bit of effort.
You don't often see Roland Jones come around the wicket to the left-handers here at Lord's in particular. So interesting change of line for him, and it's reaped the rewards. Maybe it was particularly against Compton as well that they had that in mind.
Yeah, I just think that was really clever bowling from Roland Jones. Just getting a bit more out of the surface, changing the angle, giving the batter something more to think about, and it worked.
Five minutes until lunch. It's tough this now for Kent. Just try and get through this next 5 minutes, and then they've got to come out and start all over again against a very fresh attack and a hard new ball a long way behind. Did see in the last match here, sorry, the first match of the season here, Middlesex were 3 down, 90 odd behind in their second innings against Lancashire. Max Holden led the charge with the daddy ton, which very nearly turned the game, and it was Lancashire holding on for the draw with 2 wickets down at the end, with 2 wickets standing at the end on the final day.
Yeah, there's still a lot of cricket to be played in this game, but I'm thoroughly enjoying this contest. Zach Crawley really trying to be watchful outside the off stump. He's already had a life against Patterson, the outside edge. Can Patterson find the right line? So close to the lunch break, and you can see that Crawley just being a little more watchful perhaps, and making sure that Patterson has to bowl wicket to wicket in order for him to play. Crawley definitely happy to let anything go through that he doesn't have to play at the moment. This is where Patterson can really ask some questions. 5 dot balls so far. This will be the last ball that he will bowl before lunch.
Maiden for Patterson. But a tense passage of play here just before lunch on the second day, 21 wickets down inside the first 4 sessions of the match. And
even though there's been a bit of movement, as we've described, off the surface. It's not a terrible surface by any stretch. There's certainly runs to be had there, and maybe one or two batters feeling a little frustrated with their shot selections, their own execution. I'm thinking about Ben Geddes this morning, perhaps. There are definitely runs to be had on this pitch. The short leg has gone in for Roland Jones as well.
That's a lovely shot. Wide mid-off. It's Max Holden, so having to give a hard chase here towards where the Warner meets the pavilion. Run 3.
Short leg comes out for Crawley into the covers. So this may well be the final over then before lunch. 4 balls left and 3 slips, a ring of 3 on the offside.
High up that one. Hitting a midship. Fortunately, not getting through to the worst place of all for Crawley. Looks in really good rhythm in this match, Roland Jones. 5 in the first. He's got 1 already in the second. Ooh, that fizzed. Bottom hand comes off. It is nearly in play.
And that's what the short leg is there for, but I think in a way Bill Drummond played that as well as he could have hoped. He managed to, he took the hand off the bat but dropped it down into the ground. No chance for the short leg. But that's where they think there's a chance. Last ball before lunch.
And wide of mid-off. It's another chase for Holden. We'll take a couple. And 84 behind. 25 for 1. 5 overs in. Compton's gone. But Crawley remains despite a couple of edges. One going to Robson, not held. The other one just short of Gohar. Bell Drummond with a big job to do for his side as well. We'll be back with the live enhanced stream here. Dean Wilson, myself, Kevin Hand, the live enhanced stream in association with Dapperbet Kent, trailing by 84. Lunch on day 2, they're 25 for 1.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't. He hasn't. He has. What a catch. Edged and gone first ball. Second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has.
Oh, wow.
Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Laugh, ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. 25 for 1 Kent in their second innings. As we complete lunch on the second day, they trail by 84 runs. It's been a game in fast forward. Who's going to, well, from Kent's perspective, slow it down at this point? Middlesex will be quite happy with that fast forward button continually pressed on this one. I'm Kevin Hand alongside Dean Wilson, bringing you the live enhanced stream from Dafabet. And Dino, Middlesex will be dining by far the happier, but they do just need to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, good afternoon, Kev. Good afternoon, everyone. The game is, as you say, moving on at pace, but Kent will want nothing more than just to see these two wonderfully talented batsmen drop anchor, enjoy batting on what is still, I think, a decent surface. And with runs to be had, there has been movement throughout the game, but with the sun now coming out, the blue skies above the ground at Lords, it looks an absolute picture perfect for batting. Can Crawley and Belldrummond take advantage?
Well, as the first runs after lunch, squirts away rather in front of the backward point. Just a single, Crawley into double figures. I mean, it'll be a fascinating session, this one way or another.
Yeah, it really will be. I think Middlesex will feel lots of confidence having dismissed Kent so cheaply in the first innings. They've already got rid of Ben Compton in the second. A sixth wicket of the match for Toby Rowland-Jones. And so it's up to Belldrummond and Crawley to try and dampen their spirits.
Dabbed. 2 backward points. Luke Holman's in there.
Zach Crawley already had a life and a half. I think one chance off the leading edge, bounced well short of cover point, although the ball was in the air for a while. But a very catchable chance at second slip hit the ground. Sam Robson, the culprit on that occasion. Second slip, but whether you could say he made amends, he certainly held on to the next chance that came his way, which was the edge of Compton's bat. So Slip Corden will be interested again. The ball just 5 overs old. And I think the question, Kev, might be which team kind of tries to do something first. I suspect Middlesex, with what they've seen in the pitch and the quality of their bowlers, will just keep the ball in the right channels and keep their catches, their 3 slips in there, and hope that continues to work. You know, will Kent sit on what they've got, or will they go on the attack?
End of the 6th, 26 for 1 then. Just the 1 run added after lunch. And it is, well, as most batting lineups are, top heavy. It's a particularly long tail for Kent in this one. Injury ravished squad. But they're still in with a chance. They've got a couple of spinners. 3 seamers that bowled well today. He's a man who's bowling particularly well at the moment, though. 6 wickets in the match for Toby Rowland-Jones. Still leading the line for Middlesex. This is the matchup. Earlier, Crawley got a leading edge, which landed safe in front of point off Roland Jones. Edged away. Thick edge all along the floor though. A couple more to the total.
Yeah, I think that was actually played quite nicely by Crawley there. Just didn't push at it, which I think has been his undoing at times. Going hard at the ball, hard hands, and taking that edge. You just let the ball come to him there.
That's a nice shot. Clipped away. Should be a boundary, and it's a boundary.
And that's where Crawley is strong. On the pads, through the leg side. Just leans on it really. Flick of the wrists. And it does race away. That'll be a confidence boosting stroke for sure. Get him going after the lunch break.
Ooh. Crawley has another little look at that one. Didn't quite get up. Run away at the spot. Crawley. Nice, it turned away off the knee roll. A couple more for Crawley, and 75 the deficit now. 34 for 1, Kent.
Yeah, a little too straight there from Roland Jones on a couple of occasions. Clearly the area that Middlesex will be looking at Crawley is outside the off stump. Try and bring those 3 slips into play. But Crawley very comfortable picking things off on his hips and off his pads.
Sunny afternoon here at Lord's. Bank holiday weekend as well. Just checking the time. Yeah, you're safe, sir. few familiar faces in the crowd. Oh, it's a lovely ball. Bell Drummond well beaten by that one.
Yeah, I think I spotted someone that I recognised there, relaxing in the sunshine.
The good-looking member of the family.
Certainly for those in advanced years, yes.
That's a gorgeous shot. Holden's giving a hard chase, but he won't catch it. Down the hill all the way, but it was sweetly out of the middle.
Yeah, really good shot there from Daniel Bell Drummond. Got his foot to the pitch of the ball. Back coming through nicely, nice and straight. Sweetly timed. That's a good looking shot. To the longest boundary as well. Had plenty on it. So he's up to 9 now.
That wasn't out of the middle. Thick inside edge. Brings a single more, trailing by 70, Kent. $39 for 1. Big fear for Kent fans would have been, would this end up being a 2-day game? If it was, then Middlesex have won it. If these two can get it somewhere close to parity, then it could very much be game on at Lords. 5 off the over, 39 for 1. Bell Drummond to have the strike.
Yeah, Kent just looking to build something here with captain Bell Drummond and Zach Crawley, both fabulous stroke makers when they're in and in form. It's been a bit of a tricky summer so far for both of them, but their quality is not in question. And with the sun shining here at Lords, fantastic opportunity for them both. They've got a lot of time to try and get Kent back in the lead.
Rest and rotation was talked about at the start of the season for the Middlesex seam attack, not for the skipper though. Week off next week for Middlesex. Miss out the round of games. Back in action here in a fortnight at Lords. Crunched. But he gets away with it only as far as Geddes. At cover.
It's all about trying to manage your resources. Every club has to do it. And a lot of it's down to how players are feeling. Of course, how much work they've got through, but if it's happy work, wicket-taking work, body seems to enjoy that a bit more. Looking at the Middlesex squad for this game, Navya Sharma was named in it.
Hammered one at cover earlier in the over, sucked into that one again.
that'll be very much to Toby Rowland-Jones's liking, to see that temptation. But the skill from Rowland-Jones there, just getting the ball to hold its line, maybe even just nipping away ever so slightly up the slope.
Try that again.
And it's a cat and mouse game out there between Rowland-Jones and Bell Drummond. Everything up until that point had come out of the middle of the bat. But the skill of the bowler just dragging him into that stroke, beating the outside edge. 3 slips in place, waiting, expecting to be involved.
Bat and pad together. Nothing from behind the stumps. I was wondering whether a little noise from bat and pad might have excited them behind the stumps to even ask the question, but not so. 39 for 1. Maiden for Rowland-Jones, his first maiden, 1 for 23.
And I just mentioned the name Navya Sharma because I know that he's a talented bowler. Played England under 19s, got injured during the winter, but he's back to full fitness and will no doubt feature very soon for Middlesex.
Broke a bone in his forearm, didn't he, in the nets?
Yeah, just his elbow. I had a brief conversation with head coach Richard Johnson on my way up to the box this morning, and he was just doing a little bit of work with him in the nets and was very excited about the potential that this young lad has got, the skill that he's got, the ability to move the ball both ways.
A couple more there steered away. I haven't had a chance to catch up with any of them overnight or this morning. Did he give you any indication, Richard Johnson, what Middlesex might have done at the toss?
I do think that they thought it was they'd made the most of the opportunity that they were presented with, and actually I think they certainly felt at the start of play that they had a real opportunity to turn the screw, and that they could build a really big lead.
Inside edge. Oh, for a moment Patterson was going to go for it. Just started to dart towards the ball.
It would have taken the longest of long arms and forward dives to get hold of that.
Crawley's heart was in his mouth for just a moment, wasn't it?
Crawley has had a couple of moments where his heart would have been in his mouth so far in this innings. He's played a couple of nice looking shots through the leg side in particular, but at no stage could you say that he's looked in and fluent. There is a sense that he's really battling hard at the moment.
Rolls the wrist on that one down to Brooks.
And that's where Crawley has probably looked most comfortable, just turning the ball into the leg side and sort of pressure relieving deliveries. It's the balls outside the off stump that have caused him most concern. He's tried to leave well though in this innings. You just get the sense that both Crawley and Bell Drummond are perhaps trying to slightly fight their natural instincts. Only 10 overs bowled so far in this second innings, so the ball still fairly new, still have some of that shine and hardness to it, and this pair showing the respect that the good balls deserve, trying to be patient.
Well, that's Crawley at his best. Hammers that through the covers, leaning into it.
Yeah, that was very wide, and Crawley happy to throw his hands at that one, saw it all the way, hit the middle of the bat, raced away for 4. So trying to tempt him outside the off stump, but that one just a little bit too wide from Toby Rowland-Jones.
Nice shot. Just a single. Did it take a little deflection off the stump, sir? It just didn't dislodge the bails. It looked as though it was close to them.
No, didn't hit anything on the way through. A pure straight drive there from Crawley. Everything in line. And I think that'll be a good sign for Crawley, actually. But he didn't break his wrists with that ball, which he can do, and talked about his strength through the leg side, but played with a perfectly straight bat. Didn't close the face a touch, which has been his undoing at times. So some promising signs there from Crawley that he's all lined up.
Strong defence from Bell Drummond again. We saw the bat and pad heavily together like that to push 4 away. The last over against Patterson. If they do take it somewhere close to parity, these two, then I think we really could have a game on our hands here.
Watchful stuff there from Daniel Bell Drummond. A lot of the focus this season has been on Zach Crawley, but it's been a tricky start to the summer for Bell Drummond as well. First 3 games, got a couple of ducks in there, scores of 6, 16, 2 and 37 as well, so he hasn't found life too comfortable, but it's about what you do in your next innings that counts, and at the moment he looks determined to hang around for a while.
Second day is meant to be the best day to bat. Conditions there for it this afternoon.
Had the Heavy roller on the pitch a couple of times already today. And with that sunshine just baking away, it does look a good day to bat.
Now, was there a little inside edge on that? Patterson started to go up and then went down very quickly.
But saying looks a good day to bat is a very different proposition from what the players are having to deal with, and 7 wickets have fallen already today, which tells you that there's still plenty out there for the bowlers. And maybe, just maybe, with the ball moving off the seam, and we've also just seen a couple not bouncing as expected, that it's quite difficult really to feel like you're truly in on this pitch. Maybe that's the issue, that uncertainty that batters are having at the moment. This is good from Patterson, trying not to give Crawley anything easy off his hips or off his pads, just keeping the ball in and around that off stump channel. At the moment, Crawley very much equal to it. Good contest this.
Nice stroke, gets it through. Holden will catch it on this occasion. They'll get a couple. End of the over, 49 for 1, trailing by 60 now. Appeal for LBW earlier in the over. Might have just been outside the line as well, but inside edge must have offered a noise, because they'd have held that appeal more, all of them. I think Patterson went down quickly enough that settled those behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think it was the reaction of Patterson that the team followed. He sort of held his head to the sky as if there was a little inside edge into the back leg. But it's just exactly where and whereabouts he wants to be bowling with that new ball.
Interesting, they've gone Brooks from the pavilion end. I like it. The first innings it was Higgins who was given the pavilion end, and Brooks from the nursery. Seems to be asked to bump it in against Mieye, and was given some tap early on. Came back with a couple of wickets, but he's got the strike bowler's end now. Arriving from Warwickshire last year. Those amazing 100 figures a couple of years ago, which grabbed the attention, an early England camp for him at a young age. Just dropping the hands, Bell Drummond on that one.
This is a good opportunity for Brooks, taking over from Roland Jones and just keeping the pressure on these Kent batters. He's got a little bit of extra pace as Henry Brooks, especially when he's in rhythm.
Sure, he was wholly sure that he was going to play that, Bell Drummond. He just steered it in the end. Seemed to sit up for him. Never really went fully through with the cut.
It would seem that Brooks's sort of natural length is a little shorter than that of Roland Jones, probably coming from a similar kind of release point, a similar height. But Brooks testing out the surface.
He timed that nicely. Patterson with the one-handed pickup coming around, gets a throw in. Gets into a couple, but big boundary. Fancied 4 off the bat for that, Bell Drummond.
And that's the thing with Brooks, I think, that if you're going to drop it short, you want it to climb a little bit more. That was around waist height in the end. Easier for Bell Drummond to pick him off.
A couple more to end the over. 56 the deficit, 53 for 1.
Both Bell Drummond and Crawley rather good at the pull shot. They like to get their hands through it. They're both very quick at pulling through the leg side. So if Henry Brooks is going to test out the middle of the pitch, he'll want to make sure that its ball's bouncing higher than waist height. Get it somewhere around the armpit, the collar. Get them into awkward positions.
Half an hour so far after lunch for Patterson, still going. Having started before the interval as well. Roland Jones pull up a little bit too. Skippers do it occasionally, don't they? They don't bowl themselves as much as they should. Did he put up a little short in his spell there, maybe? He's got 6 in the match. This is a crunch stage in terms of, as you said, if these two get it to, if they do get it to parity and beyond, then we virtually are at the stage of a 1 innings match then, aren't we? Oh, a little wobble on that.
Good ball there from Patterson. I think he's found himself in a good groove there, just drawing Crawley forward. And you can almost see the internal battle in Crawley's mind there, trying to work out whether or not to play. He has been leaving well in this innings. He's had a life with the drop chance at second slip, but apart from that,
well, 4 more. A little bit of width from Patterson. Quite sure he was fully in control. Maybe he was.
that was a good shot there from Crawley. As I say, wrestling with himself around that off stump, waiting for a ball that he could tuck into. Just a little bit too short there from Patterson, and a bit of extra width.
Oh, just past Holden. And that'll keep going. 4 more. Deficit is brought down below 50.
Yeah, a couple of good looking strokes there from Crawley. First the cut and then the off drive. Really nice looking stroke there. He's played a couple of straight drives in this innings, and the thing to like about that is just how full of face of the bat he presents. No turning of the bat in his hand or closing the face, just the full blade coming through the line. He's starting to look in good order, is Crawley.
Yeah, 61 for 1.
This is a good looking innings now from Crawley. If we can put that chance to second slip to one side. He's played some really good strokes. He's left well. He's got 36 from 46 deliveries, so even when he's perhaps playing the more patient game, he's still capable of reeling off a couple of boundaries and getting that strike rate up.
Short and given the treatment. He's got to pitch it up here, Brooks. Had some real trouble in the first innings against Miei, dropping it in short. Shorter boundaries now to the offside for the right-hander as he's from the pavilion end.
If you're dropping the ball in short and wide, if you haven't got that express pace to hurry the batter, that's meat and drink for someone of Bell Drummond's quality. Brooks will need to find an answer here.
Short again, pulled away again. 4 more. Bell Drummond's into the 20s.
And it's all about the length here from Brooks. And Bell Drummond is seeing the ball well enough that if it's around the waist, between the chest and the waist, he can put it away.
50 partnership brought up as well. Crawley 27 of them from 34. Bell Drummond 22 from 34. Two slips and a gully in place. Still for Brooks. Deep square setback.
Again, back of a length from Brooks. He's got the protection now at deep square leg. And Kent employed a deep square throughout the start of the day, but it was an attacking move rather than a defensive one. They were hoping that they might be able to set a trap for either Geddes or Higgins, and Ben Geddes did fall into it. This time around for Middlesex, you get the sense that Roland Jones just wants to give Henry Brooks a bit of protection on the leg side.
It's better. It's better from Brooks. If the boundaries are going to flow, you don't mind being driven at this stage because there's movement out there through the air, off the surface. You don't want the boundaries coming from the short stuff though. It's not a quick enough wicket. It's not the time of year for it. Early season. Well, bowl at the knees, not the hips. That's a discussion point we were having. End of the over. 69 for 1. 40. Kent trail by now.
Yeah, a couple of better deliveries there to finish the over from Brooks. That should give him the template for the next over. But Bell-Drummond and Crawley now looking relatively comfortable.
Well, this was the afternoon, the Saturday afternoon in the sun that Middlesex were hoping to have. With the bat, now Roland Jones turns to Higgins with the ball. One of the two overnight batters. And Geddes, one of them, would have hoped to go on for Middlesex and put themselves, well, unassailable might be a stretch, but into a very strong position in the match. Width and punished. 4 more for Crawley. He moves to 40.
Bread and butter there for Crawley. Short, wide, no great pace. Really asking to be hit. And Crawley took full toll. And just moving through the gears, Zach Crawley. He's played some delicious looking shots already.
Oh, tumble there for Higgins. Oh, I thought he was going to reach for his left knee there. I was hoping it wasn't too bad. Looking back at the dirt. I was watching the shot and then saw him. Yeah, just that. Started with his left foot there. The right's the one that's given underneath him, but it just seemed as though he planted that left foot and the whole, yeah, whole left side seemed to go down uncomfortably on that left foot, and then he rolled through his right. Well, this would not be what Middlesex needed. This would not be what Middlesex needed at all.
Looks like he just maybe rolled his ankle ever so slightly in the footholds. Put him off balance and then fell heavily on the turf. Middlesex certainly don't want to lose him. He's such a key part of the side in both facets of the game.
Well, ground delay it's called, and I have to admit I was looking to see if the physio was coming out. He isn't, which is good news for Middlesex. Higgins hasn't called for any assistance. Just see on that side there was a wobble on that left foot which took him down on his right. Oh, just the ankle there. Horrible moment, worrying moment, but it looks as though all is okay for Higgins, which will be a big, big relief for Middlesex. They are under pressure at the moment. Player of the Year for the last couple of years. Kent have turned a game heavily against Middlesex already once this season. I think this would be an even bigger turnaround if they did it in this one. They trail by just 36 now. Middlesex need a big spell with the ball here from one of their main men. He'll watch that left foot as opposed to the ball on this occasion, but he's got to put it out of his mind very quickly, hasn't he, Higgins? That because it can go into your mind as a bowler and then you're slightly off.
He was right on the money there with that delivery. Showed good strength of character there, not worrying about that left foot. Pitch the ball up, trying to get a little bit of movement outside that off stump. And the early morning clouds really have given way to bright afternoon sunshine here at Lord's. And if you're Daniel Bell-Drummond or Zach Crawley, this is what you're playing the game for.
Well, challenge the inside edge of Crawley, the ball before, and now Bell-Drummond with this. Nice end to the over from Higgins. Started with the loose one, had a worrying moment. Well, there we go. The scene is set, the stage is set. It's a glorious, glorious day, as you were saying, Dean. And, well, Middlesex really would have wanted to be the team out there batting right now, but it was a tricky morning. They picked up Compton, caught Robson off Roland Jones. Crawley was put down by Robson, though. He had that leading edge just short of Zafar Gohar as well. What Middlesex will know here is that lower half of the order, Benjamin, Kashif Ali, Garrett, Richards, Parkinson, it's a long tail. Much as in the Middlesex innings, if you turn 1 into 2, then you might be able to get something going.
A minor victory then already for Kent. 3 slips have become 2 with Higgins in the gully. Higgins took a couple of terrific catches in the first innings between sort of backward point and gully. But perhaps the thing that maybe will slightly concern Middlesex is how quickly this pair have scored their runs. The run rate 4.59. That is eating into that lead very quickly indeed. Now just 34.
Better from Brooks. Can he leave it there now?
So Middlesex have been on the attack with the ball, and if they try to gain a bit more control, perhaps try and control the scoring rate, opens up a few more opportunities for these Kent players.
It's a glorious delivery.
That's the blueprint there for Brooks. Absolutely spot on line. That slightly in between length has Bell-Drummond almost groping for it. That's where he wants to be, Henry Brooks.
Helps to just remind Bell-Drummond that Brooks is in the game here. He's not here just to make up the numbers. Middlesex excited about his capture last year from Warwickshire. It's the end of the 17th. 75 for 1, just 34 behind now, Kenton. Well, as long as Taylors they've got a very, very good top order. They will fancy at least now putting on something they'll have a chance of defending It might be heavily depleted in the bowling ranks, and indeed the all-rounder ranks, as we said, with the long tail they've got, but England opener out there. Compton a big wicket to lose, but Drummond and still Mieye to come. I very much feel that not quite at parity yet, but they're close enough that they should at least put something on the board that challenges Middlesex in this game.
I think at the moment Kent's ambitions will far exceed that, the way that Crawley and Drummond have gone about this second innings.
Through the covers, it's 4 more. Crawley moves to 46. Is he starting to find his way back into some form?
Beautiful looking shot there from Zach Crawley. Full flourish of the bat through the covers. His 7th boundary of the innings. And maybe his most convincing. He is looking in ominously good touch at the moment. He has survived a chance put down at second slip, and since then he has looked in very fine touch.
Good from Higgins, inside edge. Challenging though. Is there a smile on that face right now? Maybe not. Grimace with the match situation. Umpire Bailey might have missed that.
Very relieved that that was not given after my pumping up of Zach Crawley. But he has played some lovely shots, and that's what he can do, Zach Crawley, when he's in full flow. A lot of pressure on Zach Crawley after a difficult start to the season. As we mentioned earlier, named in that first test squad to face Zimbabwe up at Trent Bridge. So he's got a big summer ahead of him still to come.
Summer may have just arrived for Crawley. 4 away from what would be a welcome 50 for him, a crucial one for Kent, which has nearly brought their side to parity after a pretty wretched first innings. 102 for 8 they were, recovered to 129. Not a massive recovery, but it could have been an awful lot worse. Fought back with the ball this morning. 6 wickets. They picked up 7 in total, falling in the morning session. What Middlesex would give for 1 right now. 79 for 1, Kent.
If he does go on and get those next 4 runs, worth pointing out it would be a 3rd half century this season for Crawley, all of which have come in the second innings. His first innings scores, which have been somewhat disappointing, somewhat binary, but he's looking in good touch here and getting lots of support from Drummond as well. He's tucked into the short ball from Henry Brooks when it hasn't climbed, hasn't got up enough.
He got that 50 in the second innings against Middlesex. It was these two that went in 2 deliveries, Crawley and Drummond. to Zafar Gohar, and all of a sudden you thought that Middlesex were going to come flying back into that game, but Compton and Mieye with the centuries, but not to be forgotten, as you rightly say, the 50 from Crawley. Match situation here, I think this really would, not that it wasn't a big match situation there, but it was an 8-wicket victory as that one really flattened out on both Crawley and Bell-Drummond, particularly first ball, but a pair of them were disappointed they missed out in that second innings. Pitch flattened out incredibly down at Canterbury. The run chase on the third day. Here though, it's a lively surface and a home side who should have their tails up.
Maybe this pitch here at Lord's just starting to do a little bit less, certainly slightly less sideways movement, but we have seen a couple keeping a little low, so
more, he's on to 48.
Both batters are able to trust this surface, I think. Crawley doing a little bit of gardening. That, as I say, there've been one or two balls misbehaving, but not extravagantly, or seemingly certainly not, as these two have gone about their business. Looking quite comfortable now.
Just a single. On to 49.
Brooks still searching for that rhythm. He's bowled a few decent balls to Bell-Drummond where he kind of got him coming forward a little bit, just pitching the ball up ever so slightly, but his sort of default position is a bit shorter, and Crawley and Bell-Drummond picking him off their hips rather straightforwardly.
Is it the tumbling stop there in the covers? End of the over, 4 off it. Crawley will have strike on 49. Looking for a third 50 in 3 matches as he starts to get himself a footing into this summer. Bell-Drummond just working on his boot there, I think. Is it a stud that's come loose? Yes. Just tightening up. This game's tightening up. 26 between the sides. 9 wickets standing for Kent. Now they'd have loved for this match to play as they'd have wanted when they won the toss. Far from going to plan at 102 for 8, but 129 all out. They were in real trouble, and overnight Middlesex 158 for 4, but all gone for 238. That with a bit of a top up from Roland Jones and from Davies. Higgins one of those to go early today. There is the third 50 in 3 matches for Zach Crawley. Started with a 50 against Middlesex down at Canterbury at the start of the chase. 62 deliveries, that's his 8th 4 as he raises his bat around Lords. He's now giving his side a very, very good chance of turning this game against Middlesex as well.
Yeah, that's been a feature of his innings today. 8 boundaries, most of which through the offside. A couple of nice strokes through mid-wicket as well, but he looks in good working order at the moment, Zach Crawley. So much focus and attention on Zach Crawley. It's part of a extraordinarily positive and aggressive opening partnership with Ben Duckett in the England Test team. And he's found life a little tricky in the first innings of games this season. But in the second innings against Middlesex and then against Gloucestershire and now against Middlesex again, that's 3 half-centuries in a row and signs that he's returning to some decent form just in the way that he's playing and the way that the bat's coming through. And if he continues in this vein throughout this second innings, then Middlesex really will have a battle on their hands. Already that 109 run first innings lead almost completely erased.
Yeah, this has not been the second day that Middlesex would have visualised at all. It's been a tremendous fight back from Kent. Well, their overnight interviews saying it was first bad day of the season yesterday. They're following it up with a very, very good second day. Depleted bowling lineup. Yeah, Middlesex will have that in mind when it does come to the chase. But there's still enough a little in this surface, as you can see. Nips away.
Well, if you want an example of players not really having a clue what's going on, that'll be the wild celebrations of the slips, thinking they found the outside edge of Bell Drummond's bat. He was at least 6 inches away from it, bat canning into his pad. It's just that kind of force of habit, isn't it? Just hear something, must be out, up we go, ask the question. Thankfully the umpire's not conned by enthusiasm of appeal.
It's a bit like us in the media centre when we hear a little rattle behind us. We think, oh, here comes the tea, here comes the lunches.
After a while, you know the difference between the cakes trolley and the cleaning trolley. The sound of the toilet rolls very different to the Victoria sponge.
If there's one thing, we don't leave any crumbs behind after us, Dean. Ginger cake was good yesterday. That's the new one at Lord's this year.
Is that new and improved for 2025?
One of the finest cakes they've ever put out here at Lord's, I can say. We had a red velvet cheesecake in the last round here. And I can promise you, you looked at it and you thought, red velvet cheesecake? One of the best things you've ever eaten. Oh, it was phenomenal, that and the... I'm not sure we'll get that again. We might have just been on a lucky run for that game. But the ginger cake, you're in luck today. That one's going to be served up.
As you know, Kevin, that's not for me. I'm very disciplined when it comes to sweet things. Your laughter suggests that you don't agree with that
I was
statement.
laughing off mic, Dino. Get the mic well away.
Just feel like this is a period where Kent are in control and Middlesex have got to try and work out a way to split this partnership, try and get into that middle order, because these two players can do a lot of damage.
Well, I thought he was going to offer it up to begin with, Bell Drummond. Fine of cover. It's 4 more. Kent, who were 102 for 8 in the first innings, a 93 for 1 in the second dig, trailing by 16.
Good shot there from Bell Drummond. He's played second fiddle a little bit to Zach Crawley so far in this innings, but he's always got the ability to find the boundary. And as I was saying, Middlesex need to find something here, a way of breaking open this partnership, and maybe a bit of spin is the way to do it. Ask a different question of this Kent pair.
And the other thing we might see is Higgins push up to the pavilion end. He would usually bowl at the pavilion end. Brooks has been given the go, number 22 from 5 for Brooks. Between Gohar and Higgins, they would hope that they'd at least be able to keep control, Middlesex. That run rate, 4.4, will annoy the bowling unit. Nice start from Gohar, leg side. Davies going up, but only Davies really. Tucked around the corner. Nicely done, delicately done. Very long chase for Brooks. Well done. Saves the single. Yeah, there's a heavy disparity in this match for Kent in terms of bat and ball. Need to get Richards in on loan from from Essex for this game to make up the numbers. Up on the splice. But yeah, if they've got 200, 250 to bowl at. And they've got Parkinson. And leaning. Garrett and Kashif Ali bowled nicely today and well backed up as well by Everson. No sign of Richards today, but straight away there's 5 names. If you're batting last on any surface, it comes with a little bit of pressure. Nicely done. Deficit's down to single figures now.
Yeah, it's a confident looking bit of batting from Beldraman, happy to come out of his crease. And Zafar, I say over pitching, he turned it into a full toss in the end. Brings the 100 up for Kent. So Middlesex at the moment struggling to find answers to this Kent pair. They've mixed up the bowling a little bit, as Kevin, you rightly said, a switch for Ryan Higgins to the pavilion end. But in the last 15 or so overs of this innings, it's been one-way traffic. Middlesex's bowlers struggling to gain control against Daniel Bell-Drummond and Zach Crawley. We said that today looked like a good day for batting. It's beginning to turn out that way. You can see Middlesex trying to think of where they might find some success here. A slightly unorthodox field. So we saw with a couple of dismissals in the first innings, with players fielding in slightly different positions, but Middlesex just mixing it up here. They've got it, well, you'd say they're two slips, but they're very wide, so a sort of second slip and a fourth slip. They've got a man catching at short mid wicket. And then they've got a sort of more orthodox ring fielders, mid on, mid off, backward point, and a square leg. Man out at long leg, quite wide, but it's a sign that the batters have stolen the momentum, really, trying to plug the gaps as well as offer a chance for a catch.
Five dot balls. Middlesex just need some control here, don't they? And Higgins would not have needed anybody to tell him that. Roland Jones going to his ever reliable. Maiden for Higgins. Went for 14 off his first three. Very un-Higgins-like, but back at his preferred pavilion end. Tom Helm. Good to see him out on the field as he recovers full fitness this summer. Forces his way back into the side. He'll be in the, well, I'm sure he will be in the T20 side, fitness permitting. Oh, he'd love to be running into bowl at either end in this one. But it's plenty to think about for Sam Robson on the right there. Toby Roland Jones. Go ha! With the ball in hand, with a big job to do. They've got Luke Holman, of course, to have a look at. I don't think it's time for Holman just yet. But But you never know. Can be a day with a young wrist spinner or a wrist spinner of any age can drag a few down early on, can't they? And Crawley and Bell-Drummond well set. Could cash in. Let's just get that run rate back under control first, which they would very much hope that Higgins and Gohar could do.
Gohar with the slip and the leg slip for any inside edge or outside edge as Bell-Drummond comes forward.
It's going to make it all the way. Long chase for Holman.
The length is the crucial point there, just too short from Gohar. Allows Bell-Drummond all the time and space in the world to cut that one away with the spin. Low risk shot, a gift.
Backed into the covers. Geddes has gone in at leg slip. Talk about bringing the run rate back under control. That's easier said than done against Crawley and Bell-Drummond. Well set now. But it's what they did so well in that first match against Lancashire. Jennings and co, they were all out there for a very long period of time. But Middlesex were able to keep control of the run rate, even though they were behind in the game as such. Stop Masters getting out of control, even though they weren't picking up the wickets, and that'll be the first thing they'll want to correct here. Let's try somehow to slow these two down. Of course, a wicket will do that. But they'll want to buy that wicket pretty cheaply at the moment. Just get that control with Gohar and Higgins. 104 for 9. Kent trail by just 5 in their second innings now.
You can just have a look at the body language between Bell-Drummond and Crawley. Look how relaxed they appear, having a chat in the middle of the pitch. They're doing a terrific job for their team.
The pressure isn't shifting, is it? The pressure has shifted. Haven't been in as good a position as they were, Middlesex, overnight. Sun out on the second day at Lord's. Having lost the game in the fashion, the manner they did down in Canterbury. Slight delay. Crawley's ready now, whatever was going on in the pavilion. Middlesex will know as quickly as this has shifted against them, it can go back the other way, especially with that depleted Kent attack. And that's what will frustrate them this morning. They'd have known a good hour. That's all they needed, a good hour, and they could have got themselves into a very strong position. They'll be kicking themselves hard. But huge credit has to go to Kent for their fight back and hanging on in there with the ball this morning and overnight against this man and Geddes.
And because the game has moved on at such pace in the first two innings, it means that both Crawley and Bell-Drummond have got oodles of time. And so the run rate is up. It's over 4 and over, but they're actually batting with great patience here. They both want to be in for the long haul. Decent smattering of fans in the ground today. Pavilion looks pretty busy. Lots of fans over in the Warner stand and in the grandstand, enjoying the early summer sun. I've heard a rumour that the heat wave is soon to be over. When I say I've heard a rumour, obviously I've just checked the weather forecast. And we're going to lose about 12 degrees of heat in the coming days, which would be a great shame. It's been an absolutely glorious start to the season. Reminds me of summer of 2020. Just without the small matter of a global pandemic, but it's been absolutely glorious to see early season cricket being played in glorious sunshine.
Very nearly left a gate open there. 58 Crawley. Well, Drummond will have a strike on 35, 104 for 1.
We saw the Women's T20 World Cup being launched here a couple of days ago in the sunshine as well. That'll be an exciting tournament in 2026. It sort of feels as though every time there's been a global final here at Lord's, the sun seems to always be shining. Is that part of the bidding process, I wonder?
The power of the MCC. Yeah, sun out today. Middlesex have a week off next week. Round off. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Just keep waiting for that round to come and bite you after the great summer that we've had so far. You just know there's going to be a really frustrating washout at some point.
Always is. Wouldn't be the English summer without one.
Late dab on that, picks up a couple. Very close to a second innings lead now.
Beau Drummond using the full depth of the crease there. He's very happy to come out of his crease and come and meet the bowling. Then as soon as it drops a little bit short, he's quick enough to get on the attack.
Oh, there's a lovely ball. Middlesex needed that. Gohar needed it. A little bit of doubt placed into the batter's mind. First one, look at that go.
Genuine turn there. Off the straight as well. So that's all the bowler, that's all the revolutions being put on the ball by the bowler.
Follows it up with a long hop. Punished. Kent lead, 110 for 1.
Almost as though he got a little bit too excited by the ball before. And again, it's all about the length on this pitch. It's easy pace surface, it's not got any great pace in it. So as a slow bowler, if you're not full of length, it's very straightforward to rock onto the back foot and cut away, as Drummond did so smartly there. Zafar not quite managing to get control at the moment. And of course that boundary giving Kent the lead. 110 for 1. They lead by 1. So it has become a one innings game in a sense. Middlesex no joy since removing Ben Compton early. It's been all Kent since then. Relaxed looking away balcony, Kent balcony there.
Third consecutive maiden for Ryan Higgins.
He's found his groove, but it's been really smart batting from Crawley and Drummond. They've got their side into the lead, and what they've been particularly good at is putting away the bad balls. And Zafar Gohar has given away some runs so far in his first 3 overs, so these two batters can just take their time. Don't have to do anything too risky against Higgins.
Sweeper setbacks, it'll just be a couple. Holman out in the deep.
Feels as though Zaffa's bowled quite a bit to Bell Drummond. Chance for Crawley. Crawley faced a fair amount of left arm spin over the winter against Pakistan. Noman Ali had a very successful series. But Crawley picked up a few runs.
Quickly through. Single to end the over, 4 off it. Leads 5 on 14 for 1.
Ryan Higgins has dried up the run somewhat from the pavilion end. Again, bowled mainly to Crawley, so he's been happy to either leave the ball or defend at the moment. And Crawley's shown some real patience in this part of his innings. He moved to his half century in reasonably quick time. He's now faced 90 balls for his 59 not out. He's showing good patience here, Crawley.
Oh, that's good from Higgins. Racking up these dot balls.
And that really is a beauty. Just getting the ball to nip a little bit up the slope. Crawley, though, not following it, just holding the bat on the line and allowing it to go past the outside edge.
Undoubtedly one of the best all-rounders in England, Ryan Higgins, but never given that little nudge towards international honours.
The Middlesex, who's Darren Stevens?
The Lancashire match they previewed on the Lancashire website said Darren Stevens paced Ryan Higgins, which was a little naughty. A little bit quicker than that.
Both mightily effective, though. I think we can agree on that. Highly skilled cricketers at what they do.
I haven't quite asked if that's been, or that was printed off and pasted on the dressing room wall for Higgins ahead of the Lancashire match, but he's quicker than people realise. He's no slouch. The word dibbly-dobbly's kind of been pushed wrongly towards Higgins. Far from it. He's testing a test opener. Right now, another maiden. 4 out of 7 from Higgins. A big improvement since he switched up from the nursery end.
Yeah, he's bowled nicely, Ryan Higgins. As we say, very effective at what he does. And he has a knack, I think, of just hurrying batsmen up a little bit. Maybe who think that he's not as sharp as he actually is. I think in the way that he skids the ball through as well can sometimes hurry the batters but he's in a groove now, bowling to his field. Middlesex could do with Zafar Gohar doing just the same. Needs to keep the ball full of length. Every time he's dropped short, Bell Drummond has capitalised.
.21 dot balls to take a wicket. Higgins has bowled 4 maidens, but it needs to be at both ends, not just from one.
Yeah, that stat about, well, it used to be bowl 3 maidens in a row and chances of a wicket climb through the roof, but everyone knows that now, so.
There you go. Gohar's in the game. Pitch is middling off.
That is a beauty. Drift, bit of dip, and then spinning away from the right-hander. Fantastic ball, that.
There you go, smiling now. See, I don't think there'd be any great panic from Middlesex. That run rate was up at 4.5, wasn't it? Slowly now they're eking it down. It's Higgins from the pavilion end mainly, but Gohar, you'd always back him to get in the game somehow.
Yeah, it's just it's that short one that has kind of released the pressure at times, but he seems to be in a bit of a better groove now in this over, bringing the batters forward. So good watching spinners at work. All too rare a sight in the Championship.
Just a couple of singles, better over from Gohar, 116 for 1.
For those of us brought up on the Tufnell, Edmonds, even Paul Weeks eras, Embury, of course. We saw a lot of spin here at Uxbridge, Southgate, and yeah, there's something I think rather pleasing about seeing a really high quality spinner go about his work.
And Higgins is done. His run of maidens not bringing the wicket. His 7-over stint was pretty much switching from one end straight up to the other, so it was a 7-over spell. Just a slight break in between, but it's going to be Patterson to have a rare go at the pavilion end. A little surprised that Roland Jones hasn't gone back to himself. He's got 6 in the match, 5 in that first dig. Crawley into position for that one, but only as far as Higgins. Addison says he prefers the nursery end.
Well, they've kept the same field for Patterson as they had for Higgins, and Higgins absolutely bowling to it meticulously. And the game kind of sat in a bit of stasis actually between Higgins and Crawley. Already Crawley just appears like he wants to be a bit more proactive against Patterson. Whether this is a matchup that he feels that he can take advantage of. Of course, Patterson got rid of him in the first innings, so He'll have that in the back of his mind, but already Crawley looking like he wants to be proactive here. Incredibly proactive. This is good from Patterson, straight away filling the shoes of Higgins and doing a very similar job, bowling wicket to wicket, maybe just on off stump. Got a man catching at a shortish mid wicket and then another man in front of square on the leg side.
Into the 31st, 116 for 1. They lead by 7. We have 11 overs to tea on day 2. Very well advanced game. At lunch on day 2, Kent slowing it up in terms of the wickets column. Forcing Middlesex to try and slow it up in terms of the run rate. They'd love a wicket or two to do that, but they've got to do it with the control first and foremost. Leg side, I think. The slope and the spin were in Gohar's favour there, but quite full. Onto that leg stump from that angle, left arm around. Just a single to Brooks.
Just one from the over there, and Kent just taking their time now. They've got themselves into the lead by 8. There's a lot of time left in the game, but Zach Crawley has rather gone to a crawl. He scored just 6 runs from his last 41 balls faced, which is very un-Crawley like, but he's clearly worked out that the value is making sure that he stays there, and he'd be right about that. And it does show that he's certainly got the ability to bat for time and be patient. We know he's got all the strokes. We know he can score at a really quick pace. He, in many ways, has been the definitive Bazballer. But he's showing a different side to his game at the moment. Doing a good job for his team.
They'll know they've shifted the pressure a little. Well, they've shifted the pressure a lot. It's come off their shoulders after a very bad first day. They've come back strongly on the second, but with the bowling lineup that they've got, they are going to have to go very big here. Kent have got, well, 2.5 days to set up something in this game.
Yeah, I find it interesting the way that the game has ebbed and flowed, and how you can have, 2 batters who are scoring so freely. Of course, the phase of the game has changed. That was against a newer ball, 3 slips, an attacking field, so maybe more space in which to pick up some runs.
Oh, now that could be close. Perhaps just below the knee roll, front foot. Fairway across Drummond. Maybe outside. Right time over, you're always thinking, is it going to slide down? But I think he got a fairway across.
Now that looks a very good appeal. He is quite a way down, and maybe, just maybe, the angle of the ball heading down the leg side, but it was close.
He's taken that off exactly the same line, but heavy chunk of wood involved this time and a couple of runs.
The 100 partnership comes up between Crawley and Drummond. They've done a terrific job for their team, 2 senior players, and they're still going.
End of the over, 119 for 1. The thing to always remember is the slope here. So this is from behind. The other thing to watch here is the appeal from Patterson. Watch that ball. Oh, goodness me. So close to a Glenn McGrath moment. Front on.
Always a good idea to have a look at the wicketkeeper as well. Where was he going? Well, he certainly wasn't going down the leg side. So a very strong appeal, I think, but not enough to convince the umpire. to raise the finger.
Nobody down there now. 4 more for Kent, 4 more for Crawley. He's on to 64. Kent clatter along to 1, 2, 3 for 1.
That's been a long time coming for Crawley. He's had to bide his time, wait for a chance to put his hands through it. He is slowed up somewhat in this innings. But he waited for that opportunity. That's 10 runs now from his last 50 balls, so a welcome boundary for Crawley, but one that he's really put the time and effort in to get.
One, 2, 3 for 1 it is at the end of the 34th. 8 overs to tea on the third day, on the second day indeed. Feels like we're a lot further along.
Yeah, so much time left in the game, and as I've sort of alluded to, why this is, I think, really smart cricket from Crawley and Bell Drummond. They've really reduced the risks, making sure that they're both there for the long haul, because they know that they can back Kent into a strong position over the course of today, and they'll hope to be around tomorrow as well.
It's a good start. Good start. Tumbling from Roland Jones. Drummond 1 shy of the 50. Lovely shot that. Stroked away for 4.
Yeah, he's earned that again. Zach Crawley, full of length, outside the off stump, nice and wide, can lean into that. Lovely looking cover drive from Zach Crawley. So boundaries in last 2 overs has got him moving again, but he's been rather watchful during the second part of this innings, and those 2 boundaries will do him the world of good.
Oh, wow. Gone. Patterson from the pavilion end makes the breakthrough. Almost something out of nothing for Middlesex. Crawley digging in hard, but Patterson coming back. Nipping that back in to beat the inside edge, and well, there was a good lineup of it. Crawley making his way back. I wondered for a moment he got outside the line of off, but that ball had really come back in.
Terrific bit of bowling there from Dane Patterson. Didn't even have to turn to the umpire. He knew the ball nipping back into Crawley, trapping him in front of the stumps. And a good and a promising innings from Crawley. A good innings comes to an end. He's shown terrific patience. Get himself up to 68. But it's all over now. Over 100-run partnership with captain Bell Drummond. And Middlesex really needed that breakthrough, because for a large part of this session they haven't had any answers to the questions posed by Crawley and Bell Drummond, but they've managed to find the breakthrough. Still doing a little something on this pitch. Always a bit of movement, sideways movement, and that's what accounted for Zach Crawley. He goes for 68, and Middlesex feeling somewhat better about things before tea.
Yeah, how they needed that. Mieye is another fierce competitor, though. Wicket at the pavilion end for Patterson. 1 for 35. I think as well, you know, they'll look at the fact that they've brought that run rate down almost by an entire run in this last hour or so, which finally has brought the wicket. Plunging forward, Mieye. And enjoying his spell at the moment, especially enjoying it even more because of this. Beat the outside edge of Crawley in the first innings to get him LBW. This one nips back in, clearly hidden in line, as you can see there. When I saw it at first, I wondered that he got outside the line, but actually the camera's not perfectly in line. If that was perfectly in line, it'd be as plumb as you like. 1, 2, 8 for 2.
Yeah, good moment there for Patterson. Really managed to move the ball off the seam, and that's what did for Crawley. He turned away from the umpire, but he knew he was in a bit of trouble. And as I say, a really promising innings from him, brought to a close. He had, I thought, batted rather well. He was dropped at second slip early on in his innings, but thereafter looked in really good touch. Some good signs there if you're an England fan.
Roland Jones to the nursery end, placing Zafar Gohar. comes ever more sharply into focus now for Bell Drummond. He's on 49, but he'll be thinking all about the tee, not about a half century at the moment. One slip up here, all the hard work of Kent could be undone very, very quickly. The lead 19, 2 wickets down. Saw it from Middlesex this morning, didn't we, when Geddes and Higgins went in quick succession, and all of a sudden Davies hadn't faced. He was all of a sudden joined by Gohar, and the innings went pretty quickly thereafter. There's the 50, and a lovely way to do it. The pitch from Roland Jones. Bell Drummond swinging freely to bring up a fine half century. 91 deliveries, 8-4. 129 very important minutes for Kent.
Yeah, first half century of the season for Bell Drummond, his 43rd of his career, and it's come at a good time. His team were in a bit of trouble with a sizable first innings deficit, but he's led them to the lead, and he's still there, 53 not out. Very good innings so far from Bell Drummond.
Skipper to skipper.
Deebs is what they call him. I remember sitting and having dinner with him in the pavilion in front of us quite a few years ago now. He was named as the Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year. And I hesitate to try and remember exactly what year that was, because it might age me somewhat.
So you can barely have been out of shorts yourself at that point, Dino.
Very much contemporaries, Deebs and myself.
Dino and Deebs, I can feel the podcast coming on now.
It was 14 years ago when he was named Schools Cricketer of the Year in 2011, and I remember sitting next to him when he picked up that award. We had a lovely evening, very engaging and earnest young man. And we've stayed in touch ever since, actually. The odd text message here and there. Kept a reasonable eye on his career and offered him a few words of encouragement here and there. His dad was a fine cricketer, got him into the game. I think, as I say, I'm being a contemporary of Deebs. Maybe his dad more of a contemporary of yours, Kevin.
Lovely shot. 37 for 2 on the 37th.
Lovely looking shot there, just showing how comfortable he is out there taking that ball from outside the off stump and sort of half whipping it through the leg side. He just didn't fully close the wrists on that one, pushing it through the mid-on area. But that's a sign of confidence and of ability to take the ball through that vacant mid-on spot.
Oh, goes away. Back got a point for a single. Yeah, I walked myself into that one, didn't I, there?
Shouldn't
bottom hand off.
Shouldn't be taking liberties with you, Kev, on day one, but we've known each other a long time.
I had a season with Catford Wanderers, which was Daniel Bell Drummond's club. Trying to work out if I'd have played with his dad or not in that season. Mid to late 90s, somewhere it was. 90s. It was only yesterday.
Yep, Oasis still touring.
I remember around that time with 3 youngsters that were talked about in the Kent, Surrey and Middlesex leagues. Shah, Key and Tudor.
Whatever happened to them?
.138 for 2.
Mieye scored that 100 in the first game between these sides a couple of rounds ago. In the second innings, he'll be delighted to follow suit once again, but he's got to start and build an innings here. He's got his captain alongside him. It's a really fantastic opportunity here for him to help build a lead.
Middlesex women in action today. Just completed a 4-wicket bonus point victory over Northants. Tier 2. Pad together. Thick edge runs away. I'm sure there wasn't a little deflection off the bat and pad as they came through at that point. Boundary it is though. Yeah, bat and pad just jar together as it comes through, and could have gone horribly wrong for Bell Drummond. Sharp single. Nope. Doesn't manage to pick up cleanly. mentioned our first commentary together a little while ago, Dino. We should look it up and see if we could find out what it was. I'm pretty sure it was a Pro 40 match at South. It was definitely at Southgate that we did the game together, our first commentary. Pro 40. 2 List A competitions a season back then. Really are aging ourselves. Barely got one now.
At least it wasn't the Benson and Hedges Cup.
Mier off the mark. Only just. Just reaching for that slightly.
Yeah, that would have been quite a few years ago now. Of course, a number of Middlesex matches that you've seen and commentated on. It's quite extraordinary.
What, that I'm still getting away with it? Haven't got rid of me yet.
Well, that you've still got something interesting to say. That's a credit to you, Kev.
That's supposing that I had something interesting to say in the first place, Dino.
But that's the beauty of covering and working with a team for a number of years. Bring that knowledge and context to what we're watching. There I can see someone tucking into a bag of crisps there. I think I know who that is.
Lovely ball. Start the new over from Patterson. Still movement out there, isn't there? Up the slope it goes.
Yeah, if you just look at the way that he released the ball, he just rolled his fingers down the side of the ball. So not quite a full leg break, but just looking to get that movement away.
It's through for a couple. What flavour bag of crisps would they have been?
They look salt and vinegar to me.
Yeah, it was blue, wasn't it?
Yeah, I know he likes them. But good to see him still in the crowd. Been coming to watch cricket here for more than 50 years and bringing me to watch cricket here for more than 40.
Only just mind. Why did you leave it until you graduated to first bring you to a cricket match here?
Yeah, very much a babe in arms, I think it would have been. But yeah, it's one of the great joys, I think, of working in cricket with the person who introduced you to the game still taking such an active interest.
Nice shot. Big old boundary out there still. Just pick up a couple. You'll have to smuggle him down a bit of cake at tea. Do you like ginger cake?
Oh yes, he's the one in the family who likes cake, and yeah, as long as I don't get caught.
Yeah. Brings up the 150 for Kent. Nice way to do it as well.
That's a confidence boosting stroke from Mier all along the ground up to the shorter of the two boundaries. brings about a change in the field. They've taken the man out of the cordon, fourth, fifth slip position, now catching on the offside.
Solid into the over. Patterson to Mieye, 152 for 2, 3 overs to tee.
Beldrum and Mieye just making sure that that wicket of Zach Crawley didn't start a collapse. There was a flurry of wickets at the start of the day when Ben Geddes fell. Middlesex lost 3 wickets for just 1 run to shift the momentum.
Skipper versus skipper at one end. It's South Africa against Zimbabwe at the other, isn't it? Patterson to Mieye.
Yeah, they'll be enjoying the contest. Very familiar to each other.
You'd have almost suggested, if you'd have suggested this morning to Beldrum or anyone at Kent, 152 for 2, lead of 43, would you take that? Goodness me.
In a heartbeat. I think all you want is a chance to build as large a lead as possible.
I think that's going to be the frustration for Middlesex. At this stage of the game, who knows where it'll go from here. It could go anywhere. But for the second time this season, Kent have got back in from a position where Middlesex will look at it and say, how? How have we let them back in? 79 for 6 at Canterbury. And apply to that 222. And then overnight, after the first day, 158 for 4. Now tea on day 2. And the pressure pushed very much onto the hosts. We saw what that pressure did at Derby last week. It was a very flat hybrid surface. There was turn, there was seam, there was movement, there was swing in the game, but it was slow hybrid pitch. Middlesex 8 runs shy of the follow-on. Having to bat out that final day to save the game, and got themselves into a little bit of bother in the afternoon session. That's a lovely shot. Given a chance by Roland Jones with a big stride and a nice swing through the line of that.
Just a little bit too full, that one. Gave Beldrum the chance on the half volley there just to drive through the line of the ball. Nothing that Holman could do other than to go and collect it.
Oh, that's just a push this time. Should just be a single, it is. Holman comes around. Let's think about throwing the ball to Holman soon. The leg spinner. 40 overs done. 2 to tee, so I guess there is the opportunity before tee to potentially say to the leg spinner, have a go. 157 for 2 it is.
Certainly no harm in having a look. They're going to make a change. Kent balcony there, looking fairly happy with things. Jack leaning there, pointing something out to Zach Crawley. All smiles up there for Kent at the moment, under the stewardship of Adam Hollyoake now, head coach. Already starting to have a bit of an effect. Their plan for Geddes this morning, work to treat. Gonna have a change in the bowling. Zafar Gohar is going to come back on. He's bowled 7 overs so far for 28 runs, so a little bit on the pricey side, but started to find his groove in the last few overs of his spell.
Use of the feet, had to smother that one away.
Don't mind seeing that as a bowler, do you? The advancing batter looking slightly unconvincing with it.
Lovely ball. Turning it up the slope. Gohar.
Got to keep trying to bring the batters forward. I think the punishment that he had in his first spell came about when he dropped a little too short. Quick and safe over there from Gohar. Just the one from it. So the lead almost at the half century. Bill Drummond has got himself going now. He, after a watchful start, I think it'd be fair to say he's started to accelerate. 70 from 107.
This afternoon compounds the frustration of this morning even more now, doesn't it? That's a lovely ball.
Well, he might have 70, but there's very little he could do with this. Toby Rowland-Jones angled in, and then it just holds its line. Look at that. Fantastic delivery from the Middlesex skipper. Very skillful stuff.
Still got it, Rowland-Jones, hasn't he? 6 in this match so far. As I say, my one thought in this innings is that took himself off a little bit too quickly after lunch and probably brought himself back a little bit too late.
Yeah, he's definitely been the danger man on this surface. Been able to extract A little bit of extra bounce at times.
Steered nicely. Lead is over 50. Middlesex will have to fancy they're going to be chasing the best part of, well, at least 200 in this game now, aren't they? Barring a terrible collapse for Kent. They've got the whole evening ahead. That second new ball doesn't come around until, well, it'll be 5 or 6 overs into the morning session. Ooh, now doing too much. But the amount it was doing will be of interest. Oh. Eskenazi sliding. Sliding in vain. It was a long and hard chase for Eskenazi. In vain.
Doing an awful lot there. The angle that he's delivered it from, and then it's nipped back up the slope as well. That would have missed leg stump, so
he's running and bowling hard at the moment, Roland Jones. Not quite getting the reward for it. Last ball of the afternoon session of the second day. It's been a day that Kent have dominated. 6 wickets in the morning. Middlesex with 1 before lunch. They had their tails up. Oh, look at that, come back in again. That would have been a nice way to go off. Rob Bailey very quickly shakes the head. He's getting some movement though from the nursery end. Swinging back in. That was not a bad shout. Just doing too much in the umpire's opinion, going down the leg side. Another good session for Kent. Is making a very, very good game of this one. Live enhanced stream from Middlesex in association with Daffabet. Dean Wilson and myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you day 2 of this one. Kent lead by 58 at tea. Join us back in just under 20 minutes when Kent will resume 167 for 2.
Charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't. He hasn't. He has. What a catch.
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
Action. All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All no experiences for everyone. All over the country. Every session is all out action all the time. All welcome, all invited. Even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams. It all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained. And all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have fun. Catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
Power your play this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Lords. Play about to get underway. Third session, the second day. Very, very good day so far for the visitors. Kent won 6-7 for 2. They lead by 58. And it's the skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond, leading the way on 74. His opposite number, Toby Rowland-Jones, picked up 5 for in the Kent first innings. He's got 1 of the 2 to go in this. Middlesex need some breakthroughs after tea.
Bell-Drummond doing a terrific job for his team, playing a captain's innings, of course, as we like to say.
Oh, now that's close.
Looks like it just hit his gloves to me. I think that was bat.
Oh, now again. But let's have a look at those two again. I think the first one was the better shot, but let's have a look at the second one. That's bat and pad together and hitting outside the line. I think there's enough areas of doubt on that one. Oh, wow. Well, the difference an interval could make. Bell-Drummond dancing down to defend that one. Another use of the feet. Nearly dollied up into the onside. Well, cake was served in the Kent dressing room at tea. Single turn the over, but let's have a look at those LBWs. I think this was a very good shout. Did it hit pad before glove? I think it bounces up off the pad onto the glove. Ooh. Maybe all at once. Second one. Potentially outside the line, but I think certainly there was an inside edge. Yeah.
Definitely room for a bit of doubt in both. I think the first one might just have come off the glove rather than the pad. So I think that saved him there. And then the second one, potentially just outside the line, but I think the ball might even have straightened as well and might have been missing the off stump. So 2 good shouts. I think what was good from a Middlesex point of view is just the energy that Zafar was putting on the ball, putting through his action. Throughout that over, there just seemed to be a lot more energy in everything that he was doing. Almost a little dolly catch as well to mid-wicket. So I think, that's where he wants to be. Getting Bell-Drummond a little bit caught in 2 minds, dancing down the pitch, not quite getting there. So maybe things happening for Zafar.
Higgins from the nursery end. Crashed away through the covers. Well, he bowled really economically from the pavilion, which is his usual end after a loose start at the nursery. I think 2 out of his 3 overs from the nursery end started with boundary balls first up, and now third starts in that fashion as well.
And he's still concerned about the footholds as well. He had the ground staff out there bashing them down. quality bowler, Ryan Higgins. Happy, one would think, from either end. We'll call that first one a loosener. He certainly gave Middlesex terrific control from the pavilion end before tea. The field largely spread for Belldrummond, just the one slip catcher in for Higgins. Third man, deep backward square, and then a ring field both on the off and the leg side. Another good looking shot there from Belldrummond. 4 more. Second boundary of this over. And Ryan Higgins offering a little bit too much width on the offside. It's been driven twice. And Belldrummond looking very comfortable indeed. Into the 80s now. And Middlesex really struggling to contain the Kent captain.
Shape on that for Higgins. Just saw a little bit of shape on the ball from Roland Jones from the nursery end, didn't we, before tea interval? Swinging back in with that big appeal against Belldrummond. Swinging too much probably. Single more to end the over, 9 off it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, that swing, that in swing that we saw just before the break from Roland Jones, to my eyes, looked like a hint of reverse. The way that the ball was moving, you can just tell when the ball is swinging late and it kind of has that in-duck shape to it. That's a good indication that it's reverse swing rather than conventional, and having got the ball to move that way, slight surprise that Roland Jones is not continuing straight after the break. I'll be very interested to see how the ball continues to behave in this session. We've got some cloud cover again overhead here. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we saw 7 wickets fall before lunch today. And there was some fairly consistent cloud cover during that period, and then in the middle session it was all blue skies and bright sunshine as Kent batters made hay. the wicket that then fell, the Zach Crawley dismissal, which was to a ball that did nip off the surface prodigiously from Dane Patterson. There was also a little bit of, well, just the start of a bit of cloud cover. Certainly the sun wasn't shining, so I might be reading too much into it, but if I were Middlesex, I'd just be right on it here and trying to make the absolute most of the start of this session. See if we can get that ball to talk a little bit. Could do with getting into the middle and lower order of this Kent lineup.
Oh, stretching for that. Gets it away with the open face, Mieye. Sam Robson down at deep third.
Just finding the outside half of Mieye's bat there, just squared him up a touch. The field now set very similarly for both batters. Middlesex clearly feel as though Mieye is in, just the one slip. Got a man on a slightly shorter cover, not too close, but certainly catching. Protection down at third man and deep square, although the pitch is over that side towards the grandstand, so not too far. But the field's set maybe for hope of a full stroke.
That's close. That's gone. Higgins beats the inside edge. Mieye departs for 13. Higgins knew he had his man on that one. A real smile. An element of relief as well. Mieye, one of those who did the damage at Canterbury in the chase. Higgins seams that one back in. It's a huge, huge wicket for Middlesex.
Terrific bit of bowling there from Ryan Higgins. Mieye trying to convince the umpire after the fact that he'd got his foot outside the line. I don't think he did. And Rob Bailey puts up the finger. Now, Mieye goes LBW for 13. As I said, I might be reading too much into it, but that's another wicket that falls under the cloudy skies, and it's amazing what difference it can make. just brings the pitch alive, I think.
Look up, not down at Lords, so they always say. Here's Jack leaning. He'll be looking up to get those eyes in focus.
Almost makes us sound like we know what we're talking about, which is very dangerous. Yeah, a terrific bit of bowling by Ryan Higgins, just getting that ball to nip back up the slope. And Mayeye, who had scored 13, maybe thought that he was in, but not in any longer. Bell Drummond still there though, captain, 84 not out. He's leading by example. His side lead by 70. And Jack leaning now just needs to offer some support and get himself going. Bell Drummond just being a little watchful here. 4-dot balls. They're going to put a man in under his nose on the offside in the helmet. Ben Geddes hoping for a little prod forward and a catch.
Out there on the ropes.
It's that short ball, isn't it, that Zafar has sort of dropped in at least once and over, but he's got protection now out in the deep on the offside, so just a single to keep the strike for Bell Drummond. Well, during Ryan Higgins' previous spell, he bowled 3 successive maidens, but they were all at Zach Crawley. So Daniel Bell Drummond got a good view of it all from the non-striker's end. He's on strike now. Extra slip goes in for Jack leaning. Yet to face a ball. He'll start against Ryan Higgins.
Oh, edged. Long way short.
And that's just where Ryan Higgins wants to be, bringing Jack leaning forward, testing the outside edge of the bat. But the ball landing well short of second slip. Slim pickings with the bat so far this season for Leaning. He's picked up a few wickets, half a dozen wickets with his off spin, but his top score so far this season, 40 against Northants. .26 in the first innings here. Got a duck in the one innings he batted against Middlesex at Canterbury. It wasn't needed in the second innings thanks to Mieye and Compton. He's off the mark here with a nice little push straight back past the bowler.
End of the over, 182 for 3.
We've been talking about the key moments of the game, different periods throughout today, and it feels like this is another one. Middlesex have managed to open and end up. They've got a bit of cloud cover, but Bell Drummond at one end doing such a good job for his team. Who's going to win this session?
Use the feet again, just a single. 74. 75 indeed the lead now. The end of the over, 184 for 3. It's been a lot of work just to reverse some of the damage done in the first innings for Kent. But 184 for 3, they've certainly given themselves more than a chance. Middlesex equally on a couple of wickets quickly, especially the Kent captain. And the visitors have far from got away in their second innings yet. Really quite grey in the distance. You can see over the back of the Warner stand there, behind the floodlights. It's filled in. It should all drift to the north. But nonetheless, the sky over St John's Wood's pretty heavy cloud cover at the moment. Chopped away. A single more ball into its 50th over. Still hope to get a little bit out of it, Middlesex. For a while yet, and Roland Jones indeed is warming up at mid-off.
Plenty of time for Jack Leaning to get into this game here. Support his captain. Build the lead. Terrifically talented young batter, and Jack Leaning burst onto the scene 2014, 2015. I just had a little look at some of the numbers.
Ball called.
Because I remember Jack winning the Cricket Writers Club Young Cricketer of the Year back in 2015. He scored almost 1,000 first class runs, 300s for Yorkshire. He was the next big thing. But while he's been an effective cricketer for Yorkshire and then now Kent, perhaps hasn't kicked on quite in the way that those who voted for him thought he might do. Hasn't have yet made any waves in international cricket. He's the only player young player to win that award who hasn't made an international debut since Ashley Metcalfe in 1986. Technically James Rue is also in that category, but I think we can give him benefit of the doubt, seeing as he only won it last year and he's still at the start of his career. But Jack Leaning, talented batter. And he's got the opportunity now to do a good job for his team and get them towards a lead that they will try and defend in the final innings. Still lots of time left in this game. 2 days and almost a session still to go. Roland Jones then from the pavilion end. The lights are on.
Dropping short, just a single. Takes Bell Drummond to 90.
Middlesex will certainly feel like the chance is there for them to make further inroads in this session. All of a sudden this glorious batting day now feels like a bit of a bowling session now.
Oh, inside edge. Roland Jones, ruse. Another boundary for Kent and a near wicket for Middlesex.
And that's the example of how tricky it might be as a batter. The ball is moving off the surface once again. Don't ask me about the science around the cloud cover and the floodlights, the artificial light, but one thing we do know, it definitely feels like a bowling session. And for Jack Leaning, just 14 balls into his innings, he's coming out and having to start in conditions that feel like they're favouring the fielding side. Meanwhile, Daniel Bell Drummond has been batting for the vast majority of this innings. He replaced Ben Compton in just the third over, or the end of the third over. And he's still there.
Bounce again. He's been getting lift in this game. Leaning, getting a word from Roland Jones as well. Oh.
Steepling bounce there from Roland Jones. He's managed to get something extra out of the surface at times during this game. He got some extra bounce to get rid of Ben Compton. Caught behind, or caught at second slip I should say, sorry. And he's just wrapped Leaning on the gloves there. Leaning, doing a little bit of gardening just to try and see where that ball pitched. We have seen a couple scuttle along the floor as well, so not hugely inconsistent bout, but just the odd one doing something different. Higgins very much in the groove now from the nursery end. He got into a wonderful rhythm from the pavilion end earlier. Kept Zach Crawley relatively quiet for a period of time. He's now trying to find the breakthrough from the nursery end. This is good stuff from Higgins. Just beating, leaning on the outside edge. The ball zipping off this surface.
That is taken from a very, very straight line.
Just a fuller length ball there from Ryan Higgins, leaning, getting enough on it, the vacant long leg area. No one was going to stop that. 199 for 3. The lead now up to 90.
Really gloomed over. Mention that horizon looks particularly grey and dark, and should slip off to the north usually where the weather comes from here at Lord's, but it's just got particularly gloomy overhead.
They used to have the light meters here, the sort of the public light meters where you would see, well, I think it was up to 5 lights would come on to indicate how dark it was. And I remember, well, chatting to a former pro who explained that that light meter was taken from a reading from a device that was placed on the boundary edge, and so you'd always make a note of exactly where it was, depending on the state of play and whether or not it would suit you to get in a little bit earlier. You could position your fielders. You could position your fielders just in front of the light meter reading, turn those 3 lights into 4, and all of a sudden the umpires come together and think, oh yeah, we better take them off. Rather easy manipulation of the game, one thinks. No such things allowed these days, of course.
Miss those old light meter readings.
Really solid looking forward defensive there from Jack Leaning. He's had the inside edge past the leg stump. He's had been beaten on the outside edge a couple of times as well, but looking very solid there with the 200 up for Kent.
There's that skyline again. The back of the pavilion is roughly where it usually comes in from, but if it is creeping in from over the back of the Warner, then the light certainly could become an issue. You can just start to see the shadows from the floor, 4 floodlights stretching slightly. Once the artificial overtakes the natural, then that's when the umpires will haul them off. Tane Patterson from the nursery end. Higgins 1 for 37 from his 12. Patterson 1 for 48 from his 12. He's bowled better than those figures suggest, though. Overs remaining of day 2. Kent with a heavily depleted bowling attack for this, but at what stage do you think Middlesex start to get a little nervous in terms of a targets chase?
Well, not for a while yet. Middlesex will be obviously keen to keep that chase as low as possible.
Is the MCC pennant?
Well, I'm just saying, but the indication is that the pitch is improving. Or should I say, yeah, a little flatter for batting, but there's still something in it for the bowlers, so I don't think Middlesex will fancy too much beyond a 250, 275 kind of target. I think that would be a good contest, something that they'd have to work hard to chase, but one that they are capable of doing so.
Yeah, any time you chase him 250 on any given surface, again, it's just about the wobble, isn't it? There's enough time there for a wobble from a batting lineup, which all of a sudden can turn into something a little more.
And maybe as well, even though the pitch has maybe flattened out a touch from today versus yesterday, still not completely true.
Go through with that, just open the face. Leaning, a single taken.
Flags are getting absolutely battered right now by the wind. The one above the Kent dressing room. Yeah, the one above the Kent dressing room. It looks like it's about to
Oh, wow. Knocked off his feet. Inside edge saves Bell Drummond. Have a look at the shirts of those players right now, though, because I tell you what, the wind has picked up here and it's got a stormy feel at Lords. 202 for 3. Look at that.
Yeah, there's definitely a real shift in the weather. It's got suddenly a bit cooler. The wind's blowing. The numbers in the seats are starting to dwindle somewhat.
We were watching it on the horizon, weren't we? But generally it will blow away to the north. What's on in the distance there, but looks as though it's heading this way. Question asked by Roland Jones, but leg side.
Bell Drummond got right across front of the stumps there, but the angle, I think, just taking it away down leg side.
Just dies outside the off stump. Oh, stretching for that a little, leaning. Away in front of point, it's 4 ball.
Too much width there from Roland Jones, allowing the square drive, beats the fielder, runs away. Good shot from leaning.
There's the 4 shadows. Dane Patterson walking back to the top of his mark. Oh, that's a nice ball. Bell Drummond on 93. Well tested.
Yeah, he's batted nicely for this score so far. Really patient during the middle part of his innings. Put on a decent partnership with Zach Crawley.
Oh, just a little something happening for Patterson out there. Bell Drummond on to 94, but it's a tricky dance out there at the moment for Kent. They lead by 100. They have 7 wickets standing. Not quite there yet, but not far off. Kent being in a position where you perhaps start to fancy the away side and their position in the game. So echoes of the Lancashire game here, where Middlesex was 7 for 3. Best part of 100 runs behind. 90-something runs, but Max Holden with a big century, turning that game in Middlesex's favour in the 3rd innings. Kent about to do the same here against Middlesex. There's plenty of time left in this one. They ran out of time in the Lancashire match here, first game of the season. It's another good ball beating the edge. Something happening out there at the moment for Middlesex. Knocked him off his feet with the last ball of his last over. Patterson very nearly got him with a beaut of just good line and length bowling. Doubts in the batter's mind though. That's what the bowlers always want. Roland Jones put a bit of doubt in Leaning's mind, getting him to rip the glove off. A couple of overs back. Off the bat, that is, not rip the glove off the hand.
Two slips, gully in place for Leaning. Just wonder whether Middlesex also might want to just put a little bit of extra pressure on Bell Drummond. He's 94 not out. He's batted really well today. But there's always a few nerves in the 90s. He's only scored 10 runs from his last 38 deliveries, so he's finding it tough going. I mean, I think there's nothing wrong with that considering the situation of the game. He knows it's best for him to be out there. A wicket of Mayeye occurring during that period. Just like he did with Zach Crawley, I think Bell Drummond and Jack Leaning, they know that if they can both be in the middle at the close, then Kent really will be in a position to launch and consider setting Middlesex something really tasty.
Oh, now. Leaning, what has he done? He's got right underneath one. Roland Jones, absolutely delighted. Double fist pump from the Middlesex skipper. And there's a bit of fire out there in the middle. Leaning gets right underneath one. And skies it. He got himself into a terrible position on that. One hand off the bat again. Holden holds on. And Middlesex are smiling once again.
And that dismissal almost coming a little bit out of nowhere. Jack Leaning had been very watchful, making sure that he was supporting his captain. And Roland Jones banging that one in short. A little bit more effort into that one. I think the ball actually, even though it was a short ball, I think it nipped away just a touch from Leaning. So he had very little control over the shot. Coming off the top edge, almost the toe and the top edge at once. And going skywards to mid-on. And the disappointment on Leaning's face telling the story. The short ball, as I said, I think the ball does move a little bit off the surface, and the disappointment there, Leaning just knows he's made a mistake, got no control of that, in a terrible position to play that shot, and he knows it.
A little bit of movement up the slope, it just took it away from him, didn't it? And as you say, the bat then comes down underneath the ball. His body position a long way away from it, he's stretching for it, and there's Drummond telling Everson exactly that. This is what Dino and Kev are talking about right now, Joey.
Yeah, there's a bit of movement out there. We've been talking about the conditions in this session, and that the bowling side should be feeling that they're right in the game, and the effort ball from Roland Jones doing the business. Don't think it was where they thought they would get the wicket, but it all counts.
Edged. Carrying to second slip. Umpires had a coming together as they always do after a wicket, but you do wonder whether light is slightly on the mind here. Look at that, angling in and then straightening.
Yeah, that's exactly where the bowler wants to be for a new batter. See whether the feet are moving, get them feeling for the ball outside the off stump. They've got the slips in, ball's doing a little bit. It's a difficult time for a player to start their innings. Nearly 5:30. 17 overs due to be bowled today. It's tricky out there. Interesting to see the approach now being taken by Middlesex and Drummond. It's a game within a game. Kent captain, his only real concern is doing what he can for his team. The bonus byproduct will be that he might get to 100. but he knows he just needs to stay there. If he can keep batting, the longer he can keep batting, the greater the chance that Kent will have of setting Middlesex something. That'll give their bowlers a chance. But Joey Everson has got to deal with Dane Patterson nibbling the ball. 2 slips, a gully. And Middlesex should really feel like they've got a chance to make some inroads here. Anytime a new batter comes to the crease, you've got a chance. But with the conditions the way they are, the light fading, needing the floodlights on, real chance for Middlesex this.
Stretching again, but gets it away with an open face. It's going to lose pace, wasn't quite middled, more a guide from Everson. It'll take 3 to get off the mark.
Good stride in there, playing that shot from Everson.
Oh, now he's taken a big walk down the track there. Has it just got him outside the line? Certainly the advance down the wicket will put a fair bit of doubt into the umpire's mind. That's another big shout that Patterson has had against Bell Drummond.
I was going to suggest that being so far down the pitch, the question of height might be in the umpire's mind, but that did not get up anywhere near as much. I think maybe just outside the line, just.
It's away. We'll be only catching that one. Boundary turn the over, 8 off at 218 for 4, but Middlesex, Dane Patterson in particular, were really confident that they had Bell Drummond in that over. Not to be. The lead is 109.
Yeah, Bell Drummond enjoyed that ball angling in on the pads. He knew, or he was well aware that there was no fine leg. The man out in the deep is very square, so that was always going to run away for 4. It moves him to 99 not out.
That weather front in the distance, it has come into Lords, hasn't blown off to the north as we thought it might. It's gloomy and it'll be like this for whatever time is remaining. Umpires are happy with the light at the moment. Middlesex will be desperate to stay out there in these conditions, even with an older ball. Desperate to stay out there as well because it means first thing in the morning the second new ball, or very close to first thing in the morning, the second new ball will be available if needed. At this point it looks as though it will be. Not sure Manny would have thought that would have been the case when Compton fell to this man, Roland Jones. His 6th wicket in the match. He's got 7 now with the wicket of leaning. Yet another Roland Jones special. Will it be another 10 for the skipper?
Such a terrific servant, Middlesex Cricket, over the years. And as you say, still doing a grand job leading the team and leading by example. Still with a huge amount of skill in those fingers.
Edged. Away it goes for 4 more.
Well, Everson did open the face. He was playing for that kind of shot. I'm not sure he intended it to go quite as fine as that, but that's what he was looking for.
Take him right now. You can see the wind on the shirt of Roland Jones. It is pretty miserable out there. Murky, gloomy, pretty humid.
Talking about light meters and trying to gauge how bright or otherwise it is. The other thing you used to look at is how bright the lights were in the pavilion, how well you could see them, and they really are sort of taking effect. The other thing I'm noticing is just how vibrant the scoreboard is now as well, over just to the left of the pavilion.
Has he got him? Well, Roland Jones, I'm not sure he did it. No at first, and no he didn't. Davies and co behind the stumps, trying to convince the umpires. Roland Jones was late to watch the reaction of the skipper here. That seems... Through it goes. Roland Jones. Yeah, it was disappointment. Nice try.
The beauty of kidology. I mean, that was a terrific delivery. It was one that almost deserved a wicket. It was that good. The truth is, it was too good for Jerry Everson to get a bat on it. Extra bit of bounce as well for Roland Jones. But now all eyes on the Kent skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's 99 not out. Faced 162 balls. And it's only one extra run, but we all know what it means to get to 3 figures. And so Middlesex just bringing the field up. A ring field on the offside, still just the one slip. And then a man at a fine gully. Dane Patterson, the bowler, trying to play on his nerves maybe.
Inside edge, rolls down the pad. Patterson can't believe it. He feels like he's in the game at the moment against Bell-Drummond. He felt he had him LBW a couple of overs back. Kent skipper.
And Bell-Drummond will just want to get this single out the way so he can concentrate and keep concentrating on building this lead for his team. That's the real focus.
Oh, down the track again. Another appeal from Patterson. Not as confident this time.
It's been a feature of Bell-Drummond's innings, both against the spin and against the seam. He's been very much prepared to come out of his crease, try and negate any movement. And there's been some very decent, very worthwhile LBW shouts. None have gone Middlesex's way, though.
It wasn't the worst again, was it?
Holman, a backward point.
And it's amazing just how the thought of getting to 3 figures can just play on a batter's mind. Bell-Drummond has done it many a time, but for the moment, there's just a bit of tension, a few nerves. Patterson doing a great job. That's 5 dot balls to Bell Drummond. The score on Nelson, 222 for 4. Can't see either umpire lifting a foot off the ground in the way that David Shepherd used to.
Oh, edge and overslip. And there's the century. Bell Drummond moves to 103, 168 deliveries. The lead is 117, and boy oh boy, did Kent need that. There's the balcony. The skipper has rescued their position for the time being in the game. They were in deep, deep trouble when he came out with the fall of Compton at the start of the second innings. Real cheers, a lot of Kent support.
Huge appreciation for the Kent captain. There's been a lot of support out there for him. His teammates appreciating it. His 19th first-class century. But it's his first 100 in more than a year for Kent. So he'll be delighted to get that under his belt. He'd not scored 100 since a game against Essex last season in April. That was the last time he made 3 figures. But he's played a captain's innings here today. He's first of all eradicated the deficit and now taking his team to a decent lead. And it was a little bit streaky the way that he got there, just edging it over the top of Slip's hands, but the puff of the cheeks, the relief was obvious, and now he can just focus on extending Kent's second innings lead. They're currently 117 ahead, and his focus now on trying to build something that Middlesex can't chase.
Well, 4 wicket stands in, another 100 from here, and it's definitely game 1 by that point. 20 away from the second new ball, which if we have all the allocation today will be, oh well, umpires coming together. Just as I was about to say, we might do well to get what's left of today in. Off. Well, at 20 to 6, and the light as it is, the horizon as it is, it's difficult to see them getting back out today. There's obviously a lot of time to go in this game, so from that perspective, no worries at all. From Kent's perspective, might not be the worst thing in the world, this, because first thing in the morning, that second new ball for Middlesex is still 20 overs away. So they'll be delighted. Obviously in the light straight away now, they wouldn't want to be out there batting, and Leaning probably will grumble to himself, could we not have come off a few overs earlier?
Well, I do think that the light is significantly worse now than it was when Jack Leaning was out there. I think it has taken a bit of a dip in the last 10 minutes or so. You can really see clearly the shadows of the players and umpires from the artificial light, from the floodlights, which gives you a good indication of how dark it is otherwise. But a good reception for Daniel Bell Drummond as he leaves the field with 100 to his name, 103 not out, as he walks into the pavilion, receiving warm applause from the members who are still there in the long room. There's just a few of them outside on the benches, and they're now receiving their Middlesex team, who have worked hard, I think, but I think credit to the way that Bell Drummond and then Zach Crawley earlier, the way that they batted, the way that they put Kent into the lead, I think has been a terrific example. But Middlesex still very much in this game.
Yes, indeed. Well, if there is any more play on day 2, we'll of course be back here on the live enhanced stream in association with DAFABet. If not, then join us in the morning. We're only at the halfway stage of the game, but it's very well advanced in its third innings, with Kent 4 down, leading by 117. That asterisk next to Bell Drummond, so crucial. But equally, that second new ball, which is 19 and a half overs away for Middlesex. It's pretty unlikely, looking at the horizon, that we'll get back out this evening. If we do, then of course we'll be immediately back on the mic and back with the action here at Lord's. If not, then it's good night from us all. And we'll hopefully see you all in the morning, with Kent leading by 117. They are 2-6 for 4 as bad light sets in.
Or charge them and deposit them into the grandstand. He hasn't, he has! What a catch! Edged and gone first ball, second slip takes the catch.
Unbelievable.
Has he got him? He has. Oh, wow. Now, that is some pickup shot. Goes again, off the bat again. That sounded big, and it was just as big. It's 50 for Eskenazi. He hasn't, he has! What a catch!
Oh, look at that. Have that.
Unbelievable.
All the fun and all the games, they all start here with All Stars Cricket. All new experiences for everyone, all over the country. Every session is all-out action all the time. All welcome, all invited, even mums and dads. Skills, friendships, smiles, dreams, it all happens here. All you need is delivered right to your door. Best of all, it even has your name on it. All the activators are fully trained, and all they want is for us to have a great time. Always. Have ball, catch, throw, try it all. It's time to go all in, all together. And it all starts with All Stars. All you need to get started is at allstarscricket.co.uk.
this holiday at Dynamo's Cricket.